singing of O Canada, led by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre. Where is he? We will not have the honourable. We will not have the singing of O Canada. Thus, it is shown that sometimes the House does help the Speaker. Let the doors be open. Qu'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration de députés. Alors.
Order, please.
Honorable député de Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, following the deportation of Acadians, Canada is now showing negation for Acadians with the blessing of the Liberal Prime Minister. This is one of the first things you note when you look and tune into the new CBC revisionist series, Canada, the Story of Us. Even the Minister of Heritage, who tried to lead us to believe that Johnny MacDonald was a feminist, progressive, a fan of the Montreal Canadiens and Louis Riel's good friend, didn't dare comment that mess. Francophones in this new version of history are sloppy and scruffy, whereas the Anglophones are well-dressed, cunning, and intelligent. This isn't the story of us. Our story remains to be written. It's the story of them. Neither Quebecers nor Acadians are part of the vision that CBC, vision for Canada's multiculturalism that CBC is trying to ram down our throats. What's worse, this is Canadian propaganda.
Charles Wood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate a constituent from my riding whose hard work has made a difference in the lives of many in our community. Valerie Christie is a resident of Charleswood and has always been willing to lend a helping hand, whether that was volunteering at her children's elementary and junior high schools or at her church. She has distinguished herself through her work at the Westgrove Family Resource Centre, helping students improve their literacy and numeracy skills, and through her leadership at the Westdale Community Food Bank. Valerie was justly awarded the Governor-General's Sovereign Medal for volunteers this past January. Valerie's passion to help others reflects the spirit of community in Charleswood. On behalf of the House of Commons, I would like to congratulate and thank Valerie for her years of service. Our community wouldn't be the same without you.
The Honourable Member for Cariboo, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, each year malaria kills an estimated 438,000 people. It remains the leading cause of death of children under 5 in Africa. Since 2007, Spread the Net has helped protect the lives of almost 32 million people by contributing to the delivery of over 15 million malaria-preventing nets to families in Africa. I'm proud to once again have the privilege to rise in this House and speak about a great group in my riding of Cariboo Prince George. Last month, Beaverley Elementary School in Prince George took up the Spread the Net challenge. Mr. Speaker, not only did they take up the challenge, they smashed it. At the end of the challenge, they raised over $27,000. Mr. Speaker, they were the #1 school in the country for fundraising. Rick Mercer, who co-founded the Spread the Net program, personally paid them a visit to thank them for their efforts. I'm so proud of what our students have accomplished. Congratulations to all the students, parents, and staff at Beaverley Elementary School for your efforts. I'm incredibly proud to serve you.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, Last week, I had an opportunity to meet with my American neighbours from Vermont, namely the teams for Senators Bernie Saunders and Patrick Leahy. I believe it's crucial to strengthen links with our neighbours with whom we share a number of important files, including the environment. Moreover, they are supposed to be coming back to my riding to further discussions at the start of June. Water quality in my region, for Lac Champlain, is a perfect example of this cooperation. It requires a concerted effort by all stakeholders, and that's why we're going to continue to fully support Canadian values with respect to the environment. It's essential for the bulk of the funds allocated for Lake Champlain in Budget 2016 be dedicated to the quality of water for our lake. I encourage all of my colleagues to make contact with the U.S. senators to develop a good relationship with our neighbors to the south. The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
To acknowledge Samantha Giguère, who was recently selected as one of Canada's 33 Lawrence Scholars. This prestigious program provides tuition waivers and is valued at $100,000 over 4 years of undergraduate study. A resident of Thessalon First Nation and student at Central Algoma Secondary School, Samantha is the only Lawrence Scholar from Northern Ontario this year, and was chosen based on evidence of character, commitment to service in her community, and long-term leadership potential. Samantha sings, plays the fiddle, has coordinated a musical performance for a literary event, and for the last 4 years has organized a dinner and talent show fundraiser. Her efforts supported the Rebeccas, have helped send high school students to the United Nations, and assisted a nearby double lung transplant recipient. Samantha hopes to study archaeology and Indigenous studies at the University of Toronto and looks forward to the support she will receive as a Lawrence Scholar. I ask all members to join me in congratulating Samantha and all Lawrence Scholars.
Here, here.
Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The abandoned coal mines of Spring Hill, Nova Scotia have been sealed off for more than 60 years. But for the past 3 decades, businesses and civic buildings in the town have been heated by the warm water that flooded those miles of deserted mines, a very low-cost and sustainable source of heating energy. However, geothermal heat remains largely unexploited, even as we are working to prepare Canadians in every province for a low-emissions future. Even though the potential for geothermal heating in Canada is great, there are few tax measures and programs to encourage its development. Mr. Speaker, now is the time for the federal and provincial governments to put forward measurements that encourage the exploration and development of geothermal energy sources. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, freedom of religion is the cornerstone of democratic societies. One of the things that makes Canada great is the freedom we enjoy to follow our consciences and to live out our faiths in a diverse society. This year, as Canadians celebrate 150 years since Confederation, it's important to reflect on the Judeo-Christian principles that played such a key role in Canada's formation, principles that set the foundation for freedom and diversity of culture and faiths that we enjoy today. Next week, Canada, and the Christian faith in particular, will celebrate Easter. Easter is a time, as singer-songwriter Chris Tomlin so wonderfully expresses, God's love ran red, and he sent his only son to be crucified to pay the price for our sins. Mr. Speaker, the really good news is the cross couldn't hold him, the tomb is empty, we serve a living Savior, and he's coming back again. Mr. Speaker, to you, to this House, to all Canadians, happy and blessed Easter.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, I think all members in this place can attest that whatever we do, whatever impact we make in our capacity as members, constituents we help, events we attend, communities we engage, discussions we facilitate, we wouldn't be able to do much without the support of our volunteers, people who give us their most precious asset, their time. I rise today to pay tribute to the youth of Team Mississauga Erin Mills and the time, support, and counsel they provide me. They engage in politics and governance, community and positive impact. They understand that through volunteerism, they empower themselves to take ownership of our country. So here's to our Youth Council, to the youth volunteers at my offices, including Amna, Aisha, Faris, Amira, Andrew, Ahmed Holden, to the great friends that go above and beyond, Angad, Kazim, Tamer, Abid, Zubair, Ian, Andy. Let's keep empowering our youth, Mr. Speaker. Our leaders of tomorrow will thank us for it.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Sunday was John Paul II Day in Ontario. As a young man, Karol Wojtyla entered an underground seminary during the Nazi occupation of Poland and at lethal personal risk saved Polish Jews. Following the Soviet takeover of deeply Catholic Poland, Stalin scoffed, "How many divisions does the Pope of Rome have?" It was at this time that Father Wojtyla was ordained, focusing on youth, organizing secret prayers and theological discussions. Elected pontiff in 1978, Pope John Paul II's experiences as a bishop and cardinal in communist and atheist Poland provided him with the inner strength and experience to catalyze Poles in opposition to the regime. The peaceful Solidarity Revolution led to the downfall of Poland's communist rulers, peaceful revolutions in the Warsaw Pact countries, and the collapse of the Soviet evil empire. St. John Paul II visited Canada 3 times, touching the lives of hundreds of thousands of Canadians. Bóg zaplać.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, on March 7th, Abbotsford lost a servant leader. Legendary former Mayor George Ferguson died at the full age of 91. George grew up in Abbotsford and began his political career in 1969 as alderman. He was soon elected mayor of the district of Abbotsford, where he served for over 33 years. Over that time, George presided over the merger of the districts of Abbotsford and Matsqui and served as the president of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Union of BC Municipalities. For many of us, George was a mentor and an inspiration to make public life our calling. He never failed to remind us that we are each called to be a servant of the people. Predeceased by his first wife, Betty, George leaves behind 11 children, a host of grand and great-grandchildren, his beloved wife, Ria, and many friends. He leaves a big hole in our community, but his legacy of servant leadership will never be forgotten. George, well done, thou good and faithful servant.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All Canadians, including those living with a disability, deserve to be treated with respect and dignity. Building inclusive communities is the cornerstone of our government's commitment to fostering fair and equal opportunities for every Canadian. Accessibility may get someone through the door, but inclusivity creates an atmosphere where everyone is welcome and treated equally. One of my goals is to make Halton the most accessible and inclusive region in Canada. My recent roundtable discussion with businesses, agencies, and advocates focused on the benefits of inclusive employment and removing barriers that prevent individuals living with disabilities from participating in the workforce. I was thrilled to see Budget 2017's commitment to promoting equal opportunities and increased inclusion for Canadians living with disabilities. I encourage my colleagues in this House to encourage businesses to create inclusive employment strategies in their own communities.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to welcome to Ottawa the Canadian Airports Council. This council is a voice for Canadian airports across this country. Serving as gateways to the world, airports are economic engines in our communities, generating more than 140,000 direct jobs and some $35 billion in economic activity. In my riding of Kelowna Lake Country, under the direction of Airport Manager Sam Samadar and his team, Kelowna International Airport is one of the busiest airports in Canada, serving 1.7 million passengers last year and creating more than 4,500 jobs and almost $800 million in economic output to the province of British Columbia. I invite all members of this House to join me today from 3:30 to 5:30 at Sir John A. Macdonald for a reception recognizing our airport's contribution to the Canadian economy. If you have an airport in your riding, come over to John A.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the world was reminded yesterday of the devastating, barbaric effects of chemical weapons. In northern Syria, scores of innocent children, women, and men were killed in what many witnesses and officials believe was a sarin gas attack. Now, while chemical weapons in Syria are unfortunately nothing new, this one was different. People who were outdoors immediately collapsed, suffocating, foaming at their mouths, their pupils reduced to the size of pinpoints. These details are horrific, but they need to be read into the record. Many believe that Bashar al-Assad has now resorted to using toxic nerve agents against Syria's civilian population. The world, Mr. Speaker, must respond. There's no question that yesterday's events constitute a war crime. Assad and his allies in Tehran and Moscow must be held to account.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to share with this House that Guelph, the Royal City, will be celebrating its 190th anniversary on St. George's Day, April the 23rd. The history of Guelph embodies a proud spirit of innovation. In 1827, our city's founding father, John Galt, designed Guelph as a planned town, a Canadian first, to resemble European city centres, complete with squares, broad main streets, and city blocks. This was a radical concept at the time and set the foundations for city planning in Canada. It was also the home for the Canada Company, to encourage people to set up business in Canada even before farms were established. Guelph has left an indelible mark on Canada's national fabric at the forefront of business, environmental and social innovation and development. I'm truly honored to represent this vibrant city. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, across Canada, Indigenous women and girls have gone missing or have been murdered. For too long, this silent legacy has impacted communities and families. The National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls is set to begin hearing testimony from families this May. It is time to take out of the shadows the reality that Indigenous women and girls have faced alone for too long. It is time for those voices to be heard. For them and their families, this needs to be done right. They must be heard when they say that the approach feels disorganized and transmitting families' contact information is confusing. Our confidence cannot be shaken because the stories need to be told. Canada must listen and the governments must act. We're faced with an opportunity to shape the lives of Indigenous girls. In my riding of North Island Powell River, I've heard the grieving calls of family members too often. All voices need to be heard. Please call or write to the inquiry. End the silence.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, April 2nd was World Autism Awareness Day, and 19 years since my son Jaden was diagnosed at 2. Jaden isn't special because he has autism, nor is he special despite having autism. He's just really and truly special. When you're with Jaden, he doesn't require you to be anyone you're not. He simply loves the fact that you're with him. He doesn't care at all what party you're with, whether you're the Prime Minister or a backbencher, a staff member, or even a member of the Parliamentary Press Gallery. He'll like you, and he'll trust you. And if you do him wrong, he'll probably like and trust you all over again before you've completed your next breath. Too often our society views such naivety as weakness. Having had the privilege of learning from Jaden for 21 years, I'd argue that the opposite is true. If we can adapt our thinking to include and embrace more of the raw honesty and vulnerability we see in people like Jaden, we will all be better off for it.
Even the press gallery, huh? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It was the mid-1980s in Kingston, Ontario, when 5 boys, linked together by their love for music, decided to form a band. It was nearly 3 decades later that I had the privilege as mayor of Kingston to rename a street after them. And last Sunday night, for the 3rd time, the Tragically Hip won Group of the Year at the Junos. From winning Most Promising Group of the Year in 1990, the Hip went on to win countless awards and be inducted into Canada's Walk of Fame and the Canadian Music Hall of Fame. But perhaps what's most remarkable about the Tragically Hip, Mr. Speaker, is their love for community. Throughout the years, they have given back immensely to Kingston, most often to very little fanfare. From getting involved in local charity events to raising money for cancer research, they took their fame and used it to make their community an even better place for everyone. So to Gord, Paul, Rob, and Johnny, thank you for sharing your work and talent with us. I speak on behalf of all Kingstonians and indeed all Canadians when I say we are proud to call you Canada's band.
Here, here.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the world is watching with horror as the unimaginable unfolds in Syria. Last night, the Prime Minister said that Canada strongly condemns the use of chemical weapons and that the perpetrators of this horrific attack in Syria must be held accountable. And we agree. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister share with Canadians and with the House what specific actions is Canada planning to take to hold the perpetrators to account?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. Mr. Speaker, we are shocked and appalled at the reports of chemical weapons attacks against civilians in Syria. Many of the victims were children. It is critical that we hold responsible to account for those responsible to account for these war crimes. We're supporting evidence gathering to achieve that end. In addition, we will provide $840 million worth of life-saving humanitarian and development assistance for the region to alleviate the suffering in this conflict. As we speak, the Minister of Foreign Affairs is at the Brussels Conference on the future of Syria. These meetings will work towards finding a lasting political resolution to the Syrian war and addressing the critical needs of the most vulnerable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we know the Defence Minister misled Canadians when he said our allies were okay with Canada pulling our fighter jets out of the fight against ISIS. We now know that this was deliberately misleading and it was a betrayal of our nation's trust. So my question to the Prime Minister is very straightforward. Did he instruct his Defence Minister to mislead Canadians in order to save face?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is proud that we stepped up in the fight against Daesh by contributing significantly to training on the ground, to supporting the Peshmerga, and to demonstrate that there are many ways that Canada can have a positive impact in the fight against Daesh. We continue to stand strongly with our international allies, including in the Iraqi government, as we bring the fight towards to a positive conclusion alongside our allies.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's office stated publicly on November 26th that there was absolutely no pressure put on Canada to continue its bombing mission in Iraq, and we now know that's not true. Emails from Canadian officials prove that our allies asked the Defence Minister on numerous occasions to keep our CF-18s in the fight. So did the Prime Minister deliberately mislead the public, or is he in the dark when it comes to Canada's defence and national security?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On our commitment to continue as a valuable member of the coalition against Daesh, we were very clear in the election campaign that we would look for ways that better suited Canada's capacities. And that's what we told our allies and explained to them throughout those months as we were determining how best Canada could help. And I can assure this House and all Canadians that our allies were very pleased with the level of contribution that Canadians have offered over the past months and year and a half in the contribution to the fight against Daesh.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, at the same time as the Prime Minister is giving handouts to Bombardier executives, they're cracking down on hardworking Canadians. New taxes for companies, for public transit, for beer, for gas. Those are all new taxes hitting the middle class. When will this Prime Minister understand that he was elected to manage Canadians' money well, not to hand it out to his cronies? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. It's true that we are all concerned about the rising cost of living for all Canadians, and that's why we've taken action. We've cut taxes for the middle class and increased them on the richest 1%. We've increased the Canada Child Benefit that provides more money every month to 9 out of 10 Canadian families, and that will lift thousands of Canadian children out of poverty. It's reduced the child poverty rate by 40%. We agree there's still a lot to be done, but we are there to continue the work for Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, today on the Hill there are hundreds of people helping to recognize World Autism Day, and they're calling on the Prime Minister to provide less than $4 million a year to continue the good work of the Canadian Autism Partnership, money that was missing in the budget. That is almost equivalent to the bonus hike the CEO of Bombardier gave himself for 1 year. What kind of a message does the Prime Minister think this sends to parents with kids with autism when the Prime Minister can find money for bonuses for executives from Bombardier, but he can't find money for families with autism?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I recognize the passion that the member opposite has for this question. I recognize all members in this House who've stood up strongly in talking about autism and celebrating the advances that have made and indeed highlighting the work that we continue to do. On Bombardier, I do need to point out that this was a loan that we were happy to make to invest in specific projects that are going to create good jobs for Canadians, that are going to secure the long-term future of the aerospace industry in this country, which leads to economic growth, innovation, and benefits for communities and the middle-class workers who live in them right across the country.
Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, the government wants to unilaterally change the rules that govern the House of Commons. Now, at first they pretended this was just a discussion paper. And now they claim that this power grab is necessary to be rammed through here because, well, it was in their election platform. Well, can the Prime Minister explain then why he used the excuse of a lack of consensus to abandon his platform promise on democratic reform, but now he unilaterally wants to change the way our democracy works?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his question and encourage him to continue contributing suggestions on how we can improve the working atmosphere in this House, how we can better deliver for Canadians. We're happy that we've launched a conversation about how we can modernize this place, how we can improve the service we offer both to Canadians and to our constituents, and I look forward to engaging with all members in this House on improvements that can be made to this place as we move forward.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, forcing a so-called discussion document on the committee is not negotiation, it's a monologue. This Prime Minister promised to put an end to the concentration of power that began under his father's reign. Instead, he's preparing to force through self-interested changes. Does the Prime Minister get the difference between improving things for Parliament and improving things for Liberals? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we were very pleased to contribute to modernizing this Parliament, and I'm looking forward to the committee discussing the various options. I want to hear suggestions from our friends from the other parties, and I'm looking forward to working together to make sure that this place better serves Canadians all across the country, and at the same time serves our constituents and Canadians better. I think everyone understands that we can always do better, and that's precisely what I hope to do in cooperation with all members of this Parliament. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are still prosecuting Canadians for possession of marijuana, particularly young people and minorities. Every time we propose decriminalization as an interim step, the Liberals claim we're opposed to legalization, which is false. We're opposed to the fact that, meanwhile, thousands of Canadians are being prosecuted, affecting the rest of their lives. Can the Prime Minister tell us how many people have gotten a criminal record since the last election? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our commitment to legalizing and controlling cannabis was done for two reasons, very concrete reasons. First of all, to prevent the easy access that young people currently have to cannabis. We know it's easier for a young person to buy a joint than a bottle of beer, and that's unacceptable. At the same time, we know that organized crime is making billions on trafficking marijuana, and that's what we want to put a stop to. Decriminalizing would do nothing to protect our young people, would do nothing against organized crime, and I have to repeat,
Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government continues to hide the number of charges and criminal records handed out for cannabis possession since they've come to power. Charges for serious crimes are being stayed or withdrawn because of a lack of resources, and yet this Prime Minister is fine with overloading the justice system with possession charges. This disproportionately affects young and racialized Canadians, and there's quite a bit of hypocrisy to that. My question to the Prime Minister, does he think he would be where he is today if he had been caught when smoking marijuana?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the question and the concerns that the members opposite have, but our focus on legalization and control of cannabis is on protecting our kids and on getting the money out of organized crime's pockets. We know that that happens when you legalize and control and bring in a proper regime. The fact is, decriminalization does nothing to protect our kids and nothing to remove the profits from the hands of criminals. And until such a moment as we have a legal framework that protects our kids and stops the criminals from profiting, it will remain illegal.
The
honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, we're 3 weeks away from countervailing duties on softwood lumber. I'd like the Prime Minister to answer forestry workers. Yesterday, they refused to talk about it, probably because the system wasn't explained well enough. Who said that? The president of the forestry industry. The federal government has been lackluster in defending this industry. What is the Prime Minister going to do for the hundreds of thousands of families who rely on and depend on the forestry industry? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the very beginning, we've been involved with the U.S. administration to resolve this dispute. There are thousands of jobs across the country, whole communities that depend on forestry. We have to keep working hard to defend those jobs and to create more opportunities in forestry in Canada. We know the Americans don't want to increase the cost of their houses, of construction, and the source of softwood lumber that Canada is. That's important to U.S. consumers. We'll continue to work with the U.S. government to resolve this unfortunate dispute. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I was here on June 29th when the former U.S. President, Mr. Obama, was here and promised that it would be resolved in the weeks to come. Today we hear the Prime Minister saying things here. Why can't we explain the situation to Americans when 30% of the softwood comes from Canada? If there's less wood in the U.S., prices will go up. Prices for homes, for construction, fewer construction workers will have jobs. Why is this government incapable of explaining the situation to the Americans? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I fully agree with my colleague. He makes a good point. We have to do a better job of explaining the situation to Americans. We have to explain to them better how important free trade is to them, how important it is for consumers on both sides of the border. So we're going to continue to work. We're united in our desire to resolve this dispute, and that is why we are working with such determination and diligence. We're trying to protect Canadian jobs. We're trying to promote economic growth in communities all across Canada.
Earlier this week, the government quietly tabled this order paper response revealing that the $372 million Bombardier agreement has not been signed or finalized. It's not a done deal. So the Liberals have time to stop this outrageous taxpayer-funded bailout of incompetent billionaire executives. They could, for example, reduce the amount they're handing Bombardier by the same amount it's paying its executives. Before the Liberals sign this deal and send the money, why won't they ban Bombardier billionaires from pocketing it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the investments we're making in the future of our aerospace industry will lead to good jobs across the country and economic growth and innovation. The loan we made to Bombardier that is focused on two specific products, the C-Series airplane and the Global 7000, demonstrate that we believe in the strong future for the aerospace industry in this country and why we are going to continue to make investments that will lead to good jobs and opportunities for innovation and growth right across the country in high-value industries like the aerospace industry.
Member for Carleton.
jobs. The company is actually cutting jobs, Mr. Speaker. 14,000 of them, while the Liberals hand over millions to billionaire executives. But it's not too late to stop it. We learned today that the deal is not signed, and the government still has time to impose new conditions. Why won't the Liberals tell Bombardier, either you cancel your bonuses and your pay hikes until taxpayers get repaid, or you won't get the money at all?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times, we believe in the strong future for the aerospace industry in this country and are happy to make investments that will lead to good jobs and growth and opportunities, not just right now, but for decades to come. The kinds of investments we're making in innovation, in the growth of the C-Series and the Global 7000 will ensure the kind of opportunity and prosperity that Canadians have long been looking for. This is why we're making the right kinds of investments in our future and why we will continue to make investments like loaning Bombardier significant amounts to be able to create opportunities to grow and succeed and continue our economic.
Honorable député de Louis Saint Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister took millions of dollars in public money and gave it to Bombardier. And what did they do? They cut 14,000 jobs and gave executives millions in pay raises. It makes no sense. This is a far cry from the founding CEO of Bombardier. So Canadians are getting their pockets picked by this government. Can the Prime Minister stand up and say whether he's phoned the CEO of Bombardier to express his outrage about what's going on? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I agree with my colleague. We're proud of Bombardier and everything they've accomplished in the aeronautics industry. Good jobs, economic leadership. This has been demonstrated all across the country. That's why we were happy to invest in 2 specific programs with a loan that will promote the long-term viability of the project and will protect well-paying jobs, good jobs in the aerospace industry in this country. Now, a member for Louis Saint Laurent. Bombardier, did they want this money for pay raises? They said it was for something else, but as if by chance, they're getting pay raises at the same time. So if it's so good, why didn't the Prime Minister allow our motion to have Bombardier's CEO and the Minister appear before the committee? Does the Prime Minister agree with that? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We're always happy to be able to highlight the investments the Government of Canada has made in our aerospace industry, our aeronautics industry. Those investments create good jobs for today and tomorrow. They stimulate innovation and greater market share internationally for Canada. That helps us demonstrate that Canada is a place where we produce high-quality goods and services that are sold the world over. We know that it takes investment to create that kind of success, and we're proud of what we're doing to create opportunities for Canadians. Thank you. Order. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Brian Mulroney recently argued in favor of dismantling supply management, and he'll be advising the Liberal cabinet on the renegotiation of NAFTA tomorrow. When it comes to international trade and protecting our system of supply management, the Liberals and Conservatives are 6 of one, half dozen of the other. At least the Conservatives gave producers and processors better compensation under the deal with Europe. Can the Liberals confirm today they'll grant tariff quotas to Canadian processors? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'm very proud to say that as a government, we are open to working together across party lines to represent Canada well. And I'd like to point out that we were able to work with all parties in the House to position ourselves well with the U.S. administration. I know that there are various premiers and parties that are working together with us to present a united front to the United States. It's important to work together because this goes beyond partisanship.
Mr. Speaker, recent reports forecast that Hamilton steel producer Stelco, which is currently under bankruptcy protection, will soon have close to $300 million in the bank. Meanwhile, after the company cut workers' health benefits, pensioners have to apply to a temporary fund for emergency prescription or health needs on a first-come, first-served basis. How can we explain to the 20,000 Stelco retirees that this government allows Canadian companies to bank $300 million while they strip much-needed and earned health benefits? When will this government step in and help these retirees?
Bravo. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We recognize the challenges that so many people in the Hamilton area, indeed across the country in the steel industry, are facing, and that's why we are so determined to work with our partners and allies and industry partners here in Canada to strengthen the steel industry. The issue of steel is one that has come up many times in our engagement with the United States, and I can tell you that we are working in a constructive, productive way to promote and defend our North American steel industry, to highlight the important role that the Canadian steel industry has in markets around the world, and to ensure that we're making the best possible secured future for our citizens and
the member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are trying to ram through substantive changes to see them held less accountable to the people that they serve. Changes that will see Liberal MPs take Fridays off, changes that will see the Prime Minister show up to work here in question period just once a week, changes that will limit the ability of MPs to hold the government to account on behalf of Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, Canadians work hard, and they expect nothing less from their MPs. They expect the Prime Minister to put in a full work week, and they are definitely expecting the government to be held accountable for their actions. So, Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister so afraid of being held accountable by Canadians?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I'm pleased to be able to personally answer this question. The fact is I accept any suggestions and opportunities that the member has to say. As he puts forward suggestions and opportunities that we can have to improve the tone of this House, to make sure that we're working in better ways.
Order. I'd ask members to restrain themselves in their comments and in their reactions both. Order. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Indeed, I hear members opposite have many suggestions on how we can improve the functioning of this House, and I look forward to listening to that member, to all members of this House, put forward their suggestions on improving the way we serve Canadians and our constituents at the same time. And I'm very, very pleased to encourage people to participate.
Alors, honorable député de Mégantic.
The member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has stood up a lot, but he hasn't answered a single question. Like all my colleagues, I'm accountable to my constituents, not just those who voted for me. How are we to explain to them that not a day goes by without the Liberals displaying their disdain for Canadians and their representatives here by attempting to unilaterally grab absolute power in Parliament? As representatives of all Canadians, we are not the Prime Minister's puppets. When will the Prime Minister admit that the Liberals have no right to change our rules without the consent of all members of the House? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his passion and enthusiasm with his question. Clearly, we're all very passionate about what goes on here in the House, but what matters is to serve Canadians well. And as I've always said, diversity is a source of strength for this country. So I'm very happy to hear the suggestions and the contributions of members opposite so that they can participate fully in this conversation on how we're going to improve this workplace to better serve both people here in the House and Canadians.
Well, would you look at that, Mr. Speaker? The Prime Minister is able to answer as many questions as he wants without unilaterally ramming changes through the House of Commons. But that's exactly what he wants to do. He wants to break the rules in his favor. He wants to cut off debate and silence his critics. He wants to shut this place down on Fridays. He wants less transparency, less accountability. He wants to diminish the voice of Canadians in this place. And now he only wants to show up in question period once a week. When will the Prime Minister stop acting so arrogantly and stop trying to make his life easier by reducing government accountability?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
thank the member opposite for his question. Obviously, he has very strong ideas about how to improve this place, how to make it better, how to make sure we are being accountable and serving Canadians in the right way. I encourage him to bring forward those concrete suggestions so that we can work together to make sure that this House serves Canadians better to the level that they expect. I'm happy that we're having this conversation. I look forward to continuing it in committees and in various places where we can demonstrate our commitment collectively to serve Canadians with everything we have.
Order, member for Chilliwack Hope. Order.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. Here's a concrete suggestion. Stop trying to ram these unilateral changes down our throats. Shutting down Parliament on Fridays, reducing debates, having the Prime Minister only show up in the House once a week for 45 minutes does not serve the interest of Canadians. It serves the interest of the Prime Minister. Canadians didn't elect us to make this a safe space for the Prime Minister. We're here to do our job and hold him accountable. When will the Prime Minister abandon his unilateral efforts to make his government less transparent and less accountable to Canadians?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I'm happy to be held accountable by Canadians and by people in this House every single day. It goes with the responsibilities I have, and we all have collectively in this House.
Order. I had no trouble hearing the question. I have to be able to hear the answer as well. Members need to restrain themselves. I know it's Wednesday. Perhaps we need to stop. We have to serve decaf on Wednesdays, maybe. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said, I'm happy to draw suggestions from all sides of the House. The proposal around Prime Minister's questions was actually made by the member from Halton Hills a number of years ago, and it was the kind of thing that we're happy to discuss, happy to look at, and I think it means that we should have a discussion about how to improve the ways we serve Canadians. I think bringing forward positive discussions on improving the way this House works is entirely responsible and entirely in keeping with what Canadians expect, and I look forward to hearing many more concrete proposals from all benches in this House of Commons.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. The Liberals keep indefinitely pushing back their promised reforms to access to information, despite the exhaustive report from Canada's Information Commissioner in 2015 and the 2016 report from the Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics Committee. We'd like to hear the President of the Treasury Board explain this about Phase 2 parliamentarians. Could the Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics please inform this House of the future work of the committee?
Honourable Second Vice Chair.
Vice Chair of the committee, I'm pleased to answer the question and teach the Prime Minister to do something he hasn't learned in 18 months, which is give a straight answer. The committee did indeed table its report last year, and in light of a recent announcement by the President of the Treasury Board that the government doesn't intend to implement its promised reforms anytime soon, some committee members moved a motion calling on the President of the Treasury Board to explain himself at committee. Now, for those who don't know, our committee has a Liberal majority, and when it came to a vote, the motion was defeated.
And while he's on his feet, the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, Mr. Speaker, access to information reform has been studied time and again. In fact, you could say in this case it's been studied literally to death. Despite 2 recent reports and calls for reform, the President of the Treasury Board announced he's not going to be keeping his promise to introduce new legislation this spring. Instead of explaining himself at committee, to which he earnestly promised reform, he's allowing the Liberal members to run interference. So why is he suddenly scared of coming to the committee, and will he take this opportunity to explain himself to the House?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government was elected on a pledge of openness and transparency, and we're keeping that pledge. We are demonstrating a level of accountability that is going far beyond what any previous government did, and we continue to look forward to ways to improve and increase the level of transparency and accountability of this government. So I welcome the hard work done by the committee and look forward to continuing to work with all members in this House to improve the way government and indeed Parliament functions in a collaborative, respectful way.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, we have all seen the images of yesterday's horrific chemical attack in northwestern Syria. 6 years this war has dragged on. Hundreds of thousands have been killed, millions displaced. An end to this war is needed. Help for the people of Syria must be made accessible. They are the innocent victims of this tragic conflict. The international community has a responsibility to help the most vulnerable. What is Canada doing to help the Syrian people?
Great question. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member from Kitchener-South Hesper for his question and congratulate him on the hard work that he's doing on his files. Mr. Speaker, we are outraged by the reports of a chemical weapons attack against innocent civilians in Syria. The use of chemical weapons is a war crime. This is just the latest atrocity in a conflict that has been going on far too long. Our government is acting. We are providing $840 million worth of assistance for the region and are increasing accountability by supporting evidence gathering of these war crimes. Furthermore, the Minister of Foreign Affairs is participating in the Brussels Conference on the future of Syria to support lasting resolution to the war and address the needs of the vulnerable.
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This new appointments process is the perfect Liberal misdirection. Another one of Ms. Stebbings' qualifications for appointment to the Hamilton Port Authority is that she is also the Liberal Party's Golden Horseshoe Regional President. While the Transport Minister waxes eloquent on openness and transparency, being a Liberal donor or failed candidate are the qualifications that win the day. Will the Prime Minister direct the Minister to go back to the job posting that is still on Transport Canada's website and nominate somebody who is actually qualified for the position?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one of the commitments we made and are keeping from our election campaign is to renew and to modernize the appointments process, to allow Canadians to apply from all different backgrounds and all different walks of life and diversity, to have appointments across this country that better reflect the full diversity of backgrounds, of views, of perspectives of Canadians on a merit-based system. That's exactly what we've done, particularly necessary after too long of successive governments choosing favoritism over objective qualities. That's what we've done, and that's what we're continuing to do.
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, let's see if the Prime Minister can try answering this question. The Minister's website states that the requirements for a successful nominee include, and I quote, extensive experience related to the operation of a port or to maritime trade. Ms. Stebbings' own law firm's website states that she specializes in, and I quote, estate planning, administration, and accounting. She focuses on ensuring her clients' wishes are respected after they pass away, end quote. Can the Prime Minister explain to this House what in Jennifer Stebbings' resume met the requirements of extensive experience in maritime trade?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member opposite for her concern about the quality of our appointments. We are very much focused on the quality and diversity of the appointments we make. We know that the people we appoint into positions of authority should reflect the entire diversity of this country and have a range of experiences and qualifications. That's exactly what we've been doing and why we're so proud that we have had more female appointments than male. We've had extraordinary diversity. We've had tremendous Indigenous appointments across this country. We have renewed the appointments process and allowed Canadians from all backgrounds to apply.
Order. I'm having no trouble hearing the questions, but I'm having trouble hearing the answers. We need to hear both. The Honourable Member, the Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, quite a spectacle today, Mr. Speaker, but if only there were a standing order that could be concocted that would guarantee the quality of the Prime Minister's answers and not just the quantity of the Prime Minister. We'd actually get somewhere in the Speaking of the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, unlike hardworking Canadians, the Prime Minister took a lavish billionaire boondoggle vacation at taxpayer expense over the holidays. Now we know the taxpayers also paid to his billionaire friend the money to accommodate the Prime Minister's staff on this lavish holiday. When will the Prime Minister come down from his sandcastle in the sky and explain why the taxpayers are on the hook?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said a number of times, this was a personal family vacation, and I'm more than happy to continue to engage with the Ethics Commissioner in her office on any questions related to this travel.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. His arrogance is unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. Inside Canada and out, the Prime Minister sees no problem giving taxpayers' money to his billionaire buddies at the same time as he's cutting a public transit tax credit. Yesterday, we learned that the government paid back the Aga Khan during the Liberal leader's personal vacation. Canadian taxpayers once again are paying for his arrogance and his lack of judgment. When will the Prime Minister put his money where his mouth is and make the Right Honourable Prime Minister? When it comes to the public transit tax credit, that measure was brought in to encourage people to use public transit more often. That's what the minister who put it forward promised to Canadians. Unfortunately, we looked at the facts, and it did not have the desired impact of increasing the use of public transit, and that is why we chose to invest billions of dollars instead, more money in new public transit, whether it be in Montreal, in Quebec City. There are projects across the country, and we are very happy to invest in those projects to help the middle class and all those who are working hard to join it.
For Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for taking so many questions today. I'd also like to point out again that he managed to do this without changing a single rule. No need to unilaterally use their power to ram through the changes. He was able to use it with existing rules. Will he now commit in this place that he'll continue that spirit of cooperation, and will he agree that he will not use his unilateral majority to change the rules in this place and change how democracy works? Will he do that now today?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The question I think we can all agree on in this place, and I hear the energy, enthusiasm, and passion of the member opposite, is what will that change look like? How do we change this place so it becomes better able to serve? And that's where I look forward very much to hearing suggestions and contributions from the members opposite on how we can better serve Canadians. That's what Canadians...
I call on, ask the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier and other members to please restrain themselves. I know that the members are very interested in this debate, but we need to hear both the questions and the answers, and I want to hear both. The Right Honourable Prime Minister has 9 seconds. Mr. Speaker, I'm always happy to hear suggestions from members across the way. Even if they're yelled at me, I want to work with them to improve this workplace. Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
After the way the Prime Minister treated electoral reform, his treatment of parliamentary democracy has about as much credibility as a Pepsi commercial. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I know that the Prime Minister is looking forward to the discussion. He wants to hear passion. He wants to hear our suggestions. But the problem is the process. All it takes to start this discussion that he wants to have is a guarantee that these discussions will not be imposed unilaterally by his party. So I'll give the Prime Minister another opportunity to commit here and now. Will he commit to not imposing changes unilaterally, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Canadians had a choice in the last election. They chose a party that committed to modernize Parliament. And I'm very happy to make proposals to the members of this House, proposals on how we can make those changes. I think that people expect that we work together in a respectful way, as we're doing today, to determine the best way forward to improve the way the House of Commons works. I think that it's perfectly reasonable for us to work together, and I hope that we will be able to work together.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman. Order.
Mr. Speaker, that's what we'd call all hat, no horse. I tell you, Mr. Speaker, our government email confirms that the Iraqi government asked Canada to continue its bombing mission against ISIS on multiple occasions. Our Kurdish and Iraqi partners in the fight against ISIS describe our airstrikes as effective, life-saving, and are destroying the enemy. Right. Our allies repeatedly asked Canada to keep our CF-18s in the fight,
but the minister ignored them and told Canadians that our partners and allies were okay with the Liberals' decision. Now, Canadians can't trust the Defence Minister when he continues to mislead us. Will the Prime Minister make the Defence Minister apologize?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I think, like all Canadians, I applaud the Defence Minister for his extraordinary service to this country and respect the extraordinary work that he's done as Defence Minister. Our allies were rightly interested in how Canada was going to continue to participate in the coalition against Daesh, how we were going to continue to demonstrate that Canada is a valuable partner that contributes in the war against Daesh. And that's exactly what we did. We demonstrated that we knew that Canadians could help on the ground through training and support for the Peshmerga as they advance towards Mosul, and that's exactly what our allies have most appreciated of us over the past year and a half.
The Honourable Member for Charlevoix-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, as a veteran myself, I thank the Defence Minister for his service, but now he's Defence Minister. He's no longer a fighter. Mr. Speaker, for the good of Canada, we should prevent the Minister of National Defence from twisting facts and saying that the Iraqis and the Kurds are happy with our new Iraqi mission. That's completely false. Completely false. The minister is damaging the reputation of the Canadian Armed Forces by pushing back projects by 20 years or more. Can the Prime Minister please ask the Minister of Defence to tell Canadians the truth? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government is very proud of what we are doing to give the equipment and support to our Canadian Armed Forces, the equipment and support that they need to fulfill their mandate to represent Canadians in this government. We know that Canada can't do everything, but what we should do things the right way with the advantages that we can bring, and that is why we chose the assist training and support mission to Kurdish forces, and that's had a major impact in the fight against Daesh.
Kirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister continues to double down on the alternative facts. The Defence Minister said that there is no qualms about pulling our jets out of the fight against ISIS, yet emails from Global Affairs say there were. The Minister says there is a capability gap, but the Commander of the Air Force says there isn't. The Defence Minister also claimed Conservatives sent our troops to fight ISIS without tax relief, yet a document with the Defence Minister's signature on it says the exact opposite. Canadians need a strong, principled and trustworthy leader, not another patsy to the Prime Minister. How can anyone trust the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister? Will they apologize?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that Canadians chose a different approach when they elected us as government. We choose to make decisions based on how Canada can best help in the world, how we make decisions based on facts, based on evidence, based on what is the best way to move forward. That's the approach that we've always taken, we'll always take, particularly in regards to the brave men and women serving in the Canadian Forces.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, in recent days, residents of southern and central Manitoba have been impacted by rising water levels and flooding that has resulted in local states of emergencies, road closures, and evacuations in several First Nations communities. Our hearts go out to the evacuees in their time of need and to others in the communities dealing with encroaching flood waters. I know all members join me in expressing our concern as well as our appreciation for first responders. Can the Minister of Public Safety tell us how the government is supporting Manitobans as this year's flood season begins?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I can assure the member that the Minister of Public Safety takes this very seriously, as does the Prime Minister, because the thoughts of all Canadians are with the residents of Manitoba affected by the flooding, as well as with the first responders and others working hard on the ground to keep people safe. We are ensuring that affected First Nations community members are safe, secure, and out of the path of floodwaters. For several months now, the Government Operations Centre has been monitoring flood risks and preparing for the spring melt in collaboration with federal and provincial partners. Should we receive a request for assistance from the province, our government stands ready to help.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister should be ashamed of the decisions made by the Minister for Public Services. Thanks to the good work of the member for Edmonton West, we now know that bureaucrats who have been responsible for the Phoenix Pay system were paid bonuses, $5 million in total, an average of $14,000 per bureaucrat. Mr. Speaker, how is it possible that the Prime Minister is giving out these bonuses? Should he not, did he not learn from what happened at Bombardier? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, we've said several times that it's unacceptable that anyone works without being paid in a responsible and adequate way, and that is why we are working extremely hard on the Phoenix issue to fix this problem that was left to us. The reality is that we will continue to work with the public service and with all those affected to fix this problem which has gone on far too long.
Churchill, Kiwetinook, Askey.
Mr. Speaker, once again, flooding has hit Manitoba. There are many evacuees, and most are from First Nations, including Peguis First Nation, the largest in Manitoba. This isn't the first time this is happening, and every time it happens, First Nations are hit the hardest. So this Prime Minister likes to talk about First Nations, but what people in crisis on the ground need is immediate action. So will his government work with Peguis and other First Nations to provide the long-term flood mitigation that they need now?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in our election platform, we put forward billions of dollars towards green infrastructure, which includes flood mitigation, which is so important. And I thank the member for her question, because we are working indeed with First Nations to ensure that they are safe and taken care of through this particular crisis. But our commitment to renewal, to reconciliation, means that we will be working with Indigenous communities right across the country to build a long-term, stable, protected future with them as full partners determining how best to do that. That's what the spirit of reconciliation means. That's what this government...
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. 100 years ago, Canadians from coast to coast to coast, including many from Quebec, fought not just within 4 divisions of soldiers, but side by side for the first time as a cohesive Canadian Corps at Vimy Ridge. This historic moment was not only a great victory for Canadians and for Allied forces, but it also showed that our emerging nation was ready to take its place in the world. How is the Government of Canada going to celebrate the centennial of this foundational moment in our history? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Battle of Vimy Ridge allowed Canada to carve out a solid place as a country when the 4 Canadian divisions fought together for the first time. It was a remarkable but costly victory. Canada will celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge with commemorative ceremonies in France, at the memorial in Ottawa, and in major cities across the country. I hope that you will all join me in commemorating these solemn occasions, Mr. Speaker.
Time for all of us to remember, recognize, and honor the brave men and women who have gone before us.
Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, in response to an earlier question on autism from the Leader of the Opposition, the Prime Minister talked of his government, quote, highlighting the work that we are continuing to do, unquote. The trouble is, his government is doing the exact opposite. In 2015, our government funded a world-class Canadian Autism Partnership Working Group. The Liberal budget just rejected the request for funding to allow that critical work to continue. Can the Prime Minister please explain how his government can find nearly $400 million for a company that says they don't need it, and not find $4 million a year to help Canadian families living with autism who desperately need it?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question and for his extraordinary advocacy on this file for a very long time. It is one that touches us all, and we all know we do need to work together to do more on. On the issue of funding from Bombardier, we made sure that we're investing in the kinds of things that are going to lead to good jobs.
Order. I invite the Honourable Member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie and others to calm down and listen to the answer. We can't, if everyone talks all at the same time, this place cannot function, and we all lose the rights to do our jobs. So let's finish this. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have an extraordinary minister who is working on Canada's first ever Accessibility Act that will focus on ensuring that all Canadians of differing abilities and challenges are able to succeed and move forward in an inclusive country that gives everyone a real and fair chance to succeed.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since Bill C-38 in 2012, we've been laboring under a broken environmental assessment process. Today we have a landmark report from the expert panel on EA, headed by our former Commissioner for the Environment. It makes a bold recommendation: get rid of the NEB as an environmental assessment agency, have a single authority, give it quasi-judicial powers. My question to the Prime Minister is, how quickly can we expect this great recommendation to be legislated?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question and her long-time leadership on environmental issues. We are also very interested in this report come forward. We know there's a lot more work to do to improve environmental assessment in this country. Without public trust, we cannot build the kind of infrastructure projects or future for our communities that we need to. We need to make sure we are demonstrating that we understand that protecting the environment goes hand in hand with building a strong economic future for Canadians. And this report goes right to how we can perhaps do that even better, and I thank the member for her leadership on this.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Right Honourable Ken McIntosh, MSP, presiding officer of the Scottish Parliament. It being 3:14 p.m., pursuant to order made on Monday,
Point of order, the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, with the question period as we've had it today, there's a lot of emotion, there's been a lot of noise. You singled me out as someone being turbulent. I don't say that I'm the most silent or... Wow. I'm not the most silent member, but Mr. Speaker, I think you've mistakenly identified me and singled me out.
Bon essai.
Nice try.
3:15 p.m. Pursuant to order made on Monday, April 3rd, 2017, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of motion number 10 under Ways and Means proceedings. Calling the members.
The question is on the amendment. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Monsef, moved that the House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government.
Madame Ambrose, appuyée par...
Ms. Ambrose, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House not approve the budgetary policy of the government as it, A, includes a further deficit of at least $29 billion, B, contains no plan to return the books to balance, C, nickel and dimes Canadian taxpayers to death by hiking taxes on public transit users, Uber and ride-sharing, beer and wine, donated medicines, childcare, and small business owners. And D, demonstrates that the government's economic plan has failed to create the jobs it promised. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose. Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwalk.
Mr. Warwalk.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pulius.
Mr. Pulius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Échemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Échemins-Lévis.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion votent bien.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Nanda Sangari.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arya.
Mr. Arya.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. de Bruson.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. DeMoss.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessiff.
Madame Nessiff.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mrs. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Mascui Fraser
Mr.
Canyon.
Sidhu, Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sansouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 85, nays contre 204, 204.
Je déclare l'amendement rejeté.
I declare the motion defeated.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded provision, government orders will be extended by 8 minutes. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I would move, seconded by the member for Gatineau, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Routine.
The Honourable. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. McKinnon, moves that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Before we call on the members, the honorable député de Père-Boucher.
Honourable Member for Père-Boucher, Les Pétrés Verchères, with a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I hope to get the unanimous consent of the House for the following motion. Given words said in the budget, in a debate held last fall concerning the idea that a committee be created to study the rules of the House, that the committee study the following themes: management of debates, management of sittings, management of committees, and management of parliamentary groups. B, that members of the committee must submit lists of witnesses to the clerk 7 days before the motion. C, that committee be able to hold meetings outside of regular hours if necessary to complete the study. D, that the committee be made up of 12 members, including 5 from the government, 3 members of the official opposition, 2 members of the NDP, 1 member of the Bloc Québécois, and the member for the Green Party of Canada. E, that changes in the makeup of the committee come into effect immediately once notice is given by the whip. F, that the substitution of members be allowed pursuant to to Standing Order 106.2, and with the exception of the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, all other members be named by the whips of their respective parties to the Clerk of the House of Commons 10 sitting days after the motion is adopted. H, that the committee be chaired by a member of the government side, and that in addition to the chair, there be a vice chair from the official opposition and a vice chair from the NDP, and that all candidates for chair or vice chair be elected by secret ballot, and that each candidate be able to speak to a committee for a maximum of 3 minutes. I, that the committee quorum respect Standing Order 118, with at least 4 members present, at least 1 member of the government and 1 member of the opposition. J, that the committee have all the powers accorded to standing committees, as well as the power to travel, accompanied by the necessary staff within and outside Canada. K, that the committee have the power to authorize video or audio broadcasting of all or part of deliberations. L, that the committee submit to the House of Commons only recommendations that have received the support of all members of the committee, and M, that the committee finish its study and report back June 16, 2017. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? No, there is not unanimous consent. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Ms. McCrimmon, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Desnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. de Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. Dirio.
Monsieur Dirio.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Miss Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedo Mission Mascui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedo Mission Mascui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedo Brampton South.
Ms. Cedo Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Strahl.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Loan.
Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pullius.
Mr. Pullius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukisky.
Mr. Lukisky.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Udega. Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins Lévis.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya. Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Stubbs.
Mr. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame
Madame
Quash.
Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Miss Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 158, 158. Nays contre 123, 123.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day. The honourable member of Falmouth-Transcona is rising on a point of order.
I know the government has its reasons for wanting to move past routine proceedings, but one of the unfortunate consequences is that a particular time of day that allows MPs to represent their constituents gets blown past. So I'm wondering if we could have unanimous consent to return to the rubric of presenting petitions.
Order. Is there unanimous consent? I think I heard some no. I think I heard some no's. Is there unanimous consent? No, there's no unanimous consent. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, Ways and Means, motion number 10, resuming debate on motion number 10, budgetary policy.
I encourage members to take their conversations outside. And the moment we can get going, I ask members to join me and help me out by saying shh. Débat. L'honorable.
Debate. The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Parkdale High Park. Mr. Speaker, in recent days, I was surprised by things that were said in political circles in Quebec. The federal Liberals were criticized in connection with the budget presented by my colleague, the member for Toronto Centre, and Honourable Minister of Finance, Mr. Bill Morneau. I'd like to reassure Quebec. First off, I'd like to reassure Quebec and all Quebecers on my own behalf, because I sincerely believe I'd like to remind members, and this member in particular, that you don't name other members in the House, and I will allow him to continue now. So first off, I'd like to reassure Quebec and all Quebecers on my own behalf, and I sincerely believe on behalf of all federal Liberals from Quebec, that we are there for them every day. We defend tooth and nail the interests of Quebec, its businesses, its people, and its infrastructure projects, for which the funding has been provided in the budget put forward by the Honourable Finance Minister this year and last year. This year, our government will be establishing the Infrastructure Bank of Canada with a budget of $35 billion. The bank will focus on public transit networks and connections between electrical networks. Also, the budget contains, at page 135, financial participation by the Government of Canada in the Caisse de dépôt, among other projects that apparently were making the Government of Quebec impatient. I note the rapid bus service in Quebec City and the extension of the blue subway line towards eastern Montreal. These projects are consistent with our government's desire to complete clean energy projects. With bilateral agreements, the Government of Canada, under these bilateral agreements, the Government of Canada will be giving the provinces up to $9.2 billion for priority projects which will reduce greenhouse gas emissions, or will contribute to cleaner and more interconnected electric networks. Also, a number of other projects have been accepted and are in progress, and those projects will provide Quebec with an additional $7.2 billion under the Building Canada Plan 2014 to 2024. In Budget 2016, Phase 1 of the infrastructure plan, Quebec quickly entered into agreements providing $2.7 billion between then and 2021. The Infrastructure Bank of Canada will also be equipped with a supplementary fund of $300 million to make Canadian cities smart. It seems to me that the Mayor of Montreal should be quite happy with that. In short, I'd like to tell my Quebec compatriots and those who are concerned that federal Liberals are defending Quebec's interests, to wit, the numerous projects that are currently receiving Government of Canada funding. For people like me, naturalized Canadians, we will never stop celebrating the natural beauty of this country. As a matter of fact, we are blessed to have such a vast and beautiful country. Our government wants to preserve this beautiful nature, eliminate sources of pollution, and protect natural areas. It only makes sense. To love this country is to protect it and help it thrive. So it's only logical that we should invest a total of $21.9 billion in green infrastructure over the next 10 years. Allow me to congratulate the Honourable Finance Minister on his vision and his national perspective, but also his international perspective. Because on our southern border, there is great uncertainty. We still aren't sure what impact the significant tax cuts will have. We don't know what will happen with NAFTA, nor do we know what the impact of American infrastructure projects will be on this side of the border. There's also great uncertainty coming from Europe. What will be the impact of Brexit and on CETA? Canada just entered that trade deal with the European Union. What will be the outcome of the presidential elections in France? This litany of uncertainty is very lengthy, Mr. Speaker, but my point is that the Honourable Finance Minister took all that into account and drew up a prudent, intelligent budget. He also put pen to paper to give hope to future generations by creating multiple measures that will support the middle class and Canadians working hard to join the middle class. The future of our society relies heavily on our ability to integrate technological change, to adopt and embrace these changes. Emerging technologies will create upheaval in the workplace and in the world marketplace, and many types of jobs will disappear. We want to increase the share of clean technologies in Canada's GDP, and First Nations will not be forgotten. Starting next year, huge programs worth $4 billion will help build and renovate housing and water treatment systems and community infrastructure in First Nations communities. When it comes to health, we now know Canada has entered into agreements with all provinces and will transfer $10.6 billion over 10 years to support home care and prevent mental illness. In Canada, it's forecast that over the next 10 years, 40,000 childcare places will be created with an investment of $7 billion. And it goes on and on. A number of tax measures are contained in the budget. They have to do with our future and our way of living. All Canadians have reason to be proud when they give this budget a detailed examination, because this budget looks toward the future with confidence. It's not just numbers. It's a vision. It's hope. And it's a positive contribution to generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the quality of his speech and language. But in substance, we have some serious disagreements. The Quebec president of the Treasury Board was very critical of the federal Liberals from Quebec. And 2 days ago, the health minister, the Liberal Quebec health minister, Gaétan Barrette, was harshly critical of Quebec federal Liberals. And the mayor of Montreal, do I have to remind him that he said the budget would scrap the public transit tax credit, and I would paraphrase him. He said, how can they do this to commuters? So the member knows full well he was elected a year and a half ago on a platform that called for balanced books in 2019. My question is straightforward. When will Canada return to balanced budgets? The honourable member for Laval-Les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for the preamble to his question. He says that this government invested. It's true. We have. We are investing. We're investing in our green infrastructure. We're investing to protect the environment. We're investing in affordable housing. We are also investing in seniors. Yes, my colleague, we are investing. We will continue to invest to improve the lives of our fellow Canadians. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Laval-Les-Îles for his comments on Budget 2017, because very little is invested today. A lot of the money will flow and come under governments of another day, and perhaps another stripe. He talks about federal Liberals defending Quebec's interests. Well, when you look at the budget, there's nothing about the REM project in Montreal. The budget says nothing about high-frequency trains. And when it comes to funding those projects, they talk about creating an infrastructure bank, and the government will invest $35 billion that it doesn't even have. So my question is simple. Where's that $35 billion going to come from, and how are they going to invest in our airports? The honourable member for Laval-Les-Îles. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I can assure him that we will continue to defend Quebec's interests much better than our friends opposite. You can be sure of that. Quebec's interests, Mr. Speaker, we care deeply about. There's 44 of us working day and night, Quebec federal Liberals. We're working to defend our constituents. There are lots of examples of how we're helping out. We've given a loan to Bombardier to save over 4,000 jobs for Quebec. We're working to extend the Green Line in Montreal. We're helping the government of Quebec by giving money to the Quebec Ministry of Health to improve the quality of life for our seniors. We also have boosted the GIS for our seniors by 10% for all Canadians and Quebec. Rest assured that we care deeply about Quebec, and we will always be the champions of Quebec's interests. Questions and comments? We have time for a very short question. The honourable member for Alfred Pellant. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question is for my colleague. Internet access and digital technology, that's still problematic in Canada. Does this government plan any initiatives to improve the situation? The honourable member for Laval-Les-Îles. I'd like to thank the member for his great question, and I'd like to assure him that many more Canadians will have access, but a lot of people lack digital skills. So we're investing to help improve people's skills and learn coding. NGOs have access to $30 million to help seniors and more vulnerable Canadians acquire basic skills, and the budget also contains $3 million to improve access to the internet for people with disabilities, and we're proud of that, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Natural Resources, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni, Consumer Protection, and the Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte Ethics. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on Budget 2017. I want to address key parts of Budget 2017 that I know will have an important and lasting impact on my riding of Parkdale High Park in Toronto. Since October of 2015, Mr. Speaker, I've heard loud and clear from my constituents about the issues that matter to them the most, and I know that this budget will go a long way to addressing those very issues. So first, I want to start with housing, Mr. Speaker. I want to discuss our government's historical investment and plan to address affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important issues to residents of my riding is access to housing. Since being elected, I've heard about housing when canvassing at the doors of my constituents, in meetings at my office, during visits to various co-ops in Parkdale High Park, and I have 5 such entities, Mr. Speaker: Dufferin Grove, Swansea Village, Howard Park Co-op, Spencer Avenue, and the John Bruce Village. In meetings with the Canadian Housing and Renewal Association and the Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada, I've also heard about the important needs for housing, in particular the critical need to ensure affordable housing stock in our cities. On March 29th of last week, Mr. Speaker, I held a standing room only town hall in my riding of Parkdale High Park on this very issue, and I heard then firsthand from residents of my riding about the importance of our government resolving the affordable housing issue and working with local partners like the Parkdale Neighbourhood Land Trust to make that happen. Mr. Speaker, I've heard these concerned citizens in my community, and I've responded by advocating, together with members of our Toronto caucus and Ontario caucus, loudly and frequently and with passion that we must get housing right. And why, Mr. Speaker? Because housing is foundational. What I mean by that, Mr. Speaker, is that if we address Canadians' housing needs, our residents will have better health, better educational, and better economic outcomes. I'm proud to say that advocacy on behalf of my constituents has produced results, Mr. Speaker. What am I referring to? I'm referring to Budget 2017 and the historic investment of $11 billion this year alone to housing. On top of the base funding of $4 billion, Mr. Speaker, that brings the total to $15 billion that our government has committed over the past 2 years alone to the much-needed national housing strategy. What does this mean, Mr. Speaker? It means access to more affordable housing for residents in Parkdale High Park. The $15 billion will include some of the following investments. $5 billion, Mr. Speaker, to the National Housing Fund to address critical housing issues and prioritize support for vulnerable citizens. And this is important, Mr. Speaker, because the priority will be on seniors, Indigenous persons, survivors fleeing situations of domestic violence, persons with disabilities, and those dealing with mental health and addiction issues, as well as veterans. Mr. Speaker, $3.2 billion is also dedicated to a renewal of federal and provincial partnership on affordable housing. $2.1 billion is dedicated to expanding and extending the homeless partnering strategy. And $202 million, Mr. Speaker, is dedicated to make federal lands available for affordable housing developments. Mr. Speaker, the next thing I want to discuss in terms of Budget 2017 is its impact on families and childcare. I'm a husband and a father of 2 young children, Mr. Speaker. My riding of Parkdale High Park is home to countless families just like mine. These families have reached out to me to laud our government for taking as one of our very first actions measures to cut taxes on Canada's middle class. They've also welcomed the Canada Child Benefit, a once-in-a-generation type of change, Mr. Speaker, that targets tax-free benefits to those raising kids who need the help the most on a proportional scale. Mr. Speaker, for those raising children in my community and in communities around the country, our 2016 budget provided an initial $500 million for early learning and childcare. But building on this, Budget 2017 will invest an additional $7 billion, Mr. Speaker, to support the creation of high-quality childcare spaces across Canada. This means up to 40,000 new subsidized childcare spaces in this country. I know what this means for my riding of Parkdale High Park. Mr. Speaker, it means more options for parents who are literally fed up with signing up on literally dozens of childcare waiting lists the moment they conceive a child, Mr. Speaker. That is what it has come to in my riding and in ridings around this country. What this budget means and what this investment means is more supply of much-needed daycare spots, that more parents will be able to return to work and return to work sooner. This unprecedented investment will address both the supply of spaces and help drive down costs by boosting the amount of subsidized spots. But Budget 2017 does more for families raising kids, Mr. Speaker. We've also fulfilled our campaign commitment to introduce more flexibility and provide greater choice to parents on parental leave. These proposed changes will allow parents to choose to receive their current benefits over an extended period of up to 18 months, allowing them to spend more time with their kids in their early tender years. Mr. Speaker, third area, I want to talk about women and gender parity. The impact of this budget on women is profound. Budget 2017 was the first budget ever in Canada's history where the budget included a gender statement. This statement shows the impact of programs across government lines on women. It reflects directly, in a clear and tangible manner, our commitment on the part of this side of the House to ensuring that the goal of gender equality permeates every single thing we do as a federal government. On top of our historic childcare investment, women deserve to feel safe, supported, and protected in our communities. I was proud to see $100.9 million allocated in Budget 2017 to establish a national strategy to address gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, in the past, I've been involved in my riding with a shelter called the Redwood. That's a shelter for women and children fleeing domestic violence. In my involvement with the Redwood, I've seen the amazing work being done in my community, but I've also seen firsthand the critical need for investment and resources to end gender-based violence. Budget 2017 is a start in terms of moving towards that important goal. Budget 2017 also dedicates critical funding for women abroad. I'm doubly proud that our government has endorsed the Dutch initiative, Mr. Speaker, and we will be dedicating $650 million in international aid to the education of women and girls and to empower women to maintain control over their reproductive rights. This aid, particularly at this point in time globally, Mr. Speaker, is critical. Mr. Speaker, fourth, I want to address this budget in terms of its impact on Indigenous persons. This budget serves the important objective of reconciliation, a goal for this government, a goal for my constituents in Parkdale High Park. It builds on the significant investments in Budget 2016 of over $8 billion to Indigenous persons. Budget 2017 continues our important work in making commitments to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people that demonstrate a new nation-to-nation relationship. So what does this budget do, Mr. Speaker? Budget 2017 commits to establishing a new fiscal relationship that lifts the 2% cap on annual funding increases. Budget 2017 provides $225 million to provide access to affordable and culturally appropriate housing for Indigenous peoples living off reserve. Budget 2017 dedicates $300 million to the construction of housing in Canada's north. $225 million on top of that is dedicated in this budget to housing providers for Indigenous persons not living on reserves. We've also dedicated $828 million for improving health for our First Nation and Inuit persons, including $305 million for the non-insured health benefits program. Mr. Speaker, we have also, over the last year, lifted 18 long-term drinking water advisories in First Nations communities, and we are on track to eliminate all such advisories by March 2021. We are investing $4 billion, Mr. Speaker, to improve housing, water treatment systems, and healthcare facilities and community infrastructure in partnership with First Nations and Inuit. And very importantly, Mr. Speaker, the mental health services for First Nations and Inuit are getting an injection of $204 million to improve mental health, $118 million for mental health programming, and $86 million for the non-insured health benefits program. Mr. Speaker, in my remaining time, I want to underscore the important initiatives that help the most vulnerable in this budget. I'm most proud about these provisions. And who am I talking about, Mr. Speaker? Low-income families. We are dedicating $13 million to have affordable access to the internet for low-income families. Refugees, Mr. Speaker. I served as a parliamentary secretary for immigration. I was very proud to do so. I hear constantly from my constituents about their concerns about an open and compassionate and welcoming system, but one that is fair and accessible for all. We're improving that access, Mr. Speaker, by dedicating $62 million to legal aid for asylum seekers. This budget doubles the amount of funds in the security infrastructure program, Mr. Speaker. It serves those people who are victims of hatred. In rising times of division and a climate of hatred and bigotry, Mr. Speaker, our government is committing in terms of hard dollars to protect those who want safety when they are worshipping. This budget will also protect newcomers, Mr. Speaker, in terms of their integration by dedicating $27 million to foreign credential recognition. Why am I standing here, Mr. Speaker? Because this budget addresses housing, it addresses Indigenous persons, women and families, and vulnerable Canadians. I'm proud to represent the residents of Parkdale High Park in supporting this budget, and I urge all members of this House to do the same. Merci beaucoup.
Well done.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really do appreciate helping those who need to be, or who are less fortunate that need to be assisted. But I do have a few questions for the member. He really focused a lot on the housing initiatives. Yet when we're going through all the details on the budget and looking at this, the majority of the housing initiatives don't start till 2022. So if this is so critical, why is it not going to be done until 5 years from now? And secondly, there's money that's being invested and talked about on the land, on the available federal land. Well, we know the list is not available, yet there is money allocated to this list for work that was supposed to be done in 2016. Now it's 2017. The list is outstanding. So why is there money put away to something that's not going? It doesn't even exist. And secondly, for such a critical issue, why are you not investing for 5 years the majority of this housing fund?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for her question, and I have two responses. First of all, it is inaccurate to portray this budget or this government's commitment as one that's delayed or speculative for future years. We started out with a commitment of nearly $2 billion on housing in budget 2016. The amount of funds that are dedicated now are for a long-term strategy. In terms of my second response, it is critical to underscore that what every actor that has approached us, every stakeholder has said, is that we need a long-term plan. We need a guarantee of funds being allocated on a yearly basis so that planning can occur, so that forward-thinking can occur on a long-term basis. That's what the Federation of Canadian Municipalities asked for. That's what housing stakeholders have asked for. That's what we're delivering through a 10-year plan that helps us create a national housing strategy, including $15 billion in aggregate funding that has been announced over the last 2 years. Merci.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I fully agree with him that the needs for social housing are huge. We saw it when the HUMA Committee toured Canada in our study on poverty. We visited the Toronto region and we saw to what extent there are great and pressing needs. I'm insisting on this because given the numbers that were in the budget documents, we see that, yes, we can be happy that there's $11 billion for housing, but when we look at the numbers, 90% of that funding will be spent after 2019 and 50% after 2024 and $1 million for the next year. I'm just reading, again, the documents that were given to us, and that's not enough to meet the needs that we have right now. So if there are errors in the budget that was given to us, I'd like to hear those and I'd like to see them corrected. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague from across the way, and I appreciate the work that she does in the House. I would like to again, highlight something that I've already highlighted, which is that when we speak with organizations, residents, and stakeholders in this area, they've asked us, first of all, for a national housing strategy, and second, for a long-term vision for developing that strategy. So they didn't want us to just give a bunch of money up front at the beginning. They wanted a stable, set system over a 10-year period. That's what we heard from the Canadian Federation of Municipalities, and that's what we've delivered in this budget. So it's in that context that we decided to lengthen the period to have, for the first time in 25 years, Mr. Speaker, a system to deliver a national housing strategy. Thank you. We have time for a brief question.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his wonderful words. Many communities have worked very hard through the consultations this past year when the budget was about to be announced. And we heard loud and clear about the need for environmental strategies. We heard loud and clear about social strategies and the need for a national transportation strategy and an infrastructure strategy to satisfy a lot of the recommendations that are coming forward at the local level, the grassroots level, for community improvement and growth plans. This all enhancing economic and growth plans. This year's 2017 budget did identify and recognize a lot of those comments that we heard. Would the member give us some feedback in terms of how sustainable this funding will be well into the future?
In 30 seconds or less, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, if possible.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question and for his advocacy. I think the important part about this budget is that it has been outlined in the question is that it looks at different streams, different government programs, and understands how to synchronize them and work towards the same goal. And the sustainability point that he mentioned is a critical part of this goal. So with respect to housing, for example, Mr. Speaker, when we look at housing, whether it's in First Nations communities or in downtown Toronto, what we are looking at and trying to promote through tenders, through requests for proposals, is green infrastructure housing, greener initiatives that are sustainable for the long term, that are green, that will reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and will address all of the concerns that have been raised by my colleague. Merci beaucoup.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be standing on behalf of Nanaimo Ladysmith and the New Democrats to speak about our hits and misses in the 2017 federal budget. I'll be splitting my time with the Member of Parliament for Elmwood Transcona. So, affordable housing, huge built-up demand, great need both on pricing and on volume. Only $20 million in affordable housing for 2017, and reading the fine print, 90% of the money for housing will not go out the door until after the next election. Home energy retrofits, we hear this repeatedly that our voters, our homeowners, our renovators, small businesses want to see incentives to reduce emissions, to get households saving electricity, and get workers to work doing these renovations. This is a good local sustainable job creation exercise. The budget does not include any allowance for the home energy retrofit program. Abandoned vessels. From my seat in local government before I was elected here, for 15 years we've been advocating for federal leadership. A big announcement by the federal government in November, but $0 in this budget to deal with abandoned vessels. This weekend I'm meeting with the community leaders elected on Vancouver Island and the Sunshine Coast in British Columbia, the Association of Vancouver Island Coastal Communities. They were hoping that I was going to be coming with some good news about how we will be partnering specifically and funding community work to remove the oil spill risk posed by abandoned vessels. $0 in the budget for them. The transit tax rebate is another disappointment in my region. It made the daily use of public transit a little bit more affordable for bus riders, but also in ferry-dependent communities such as the one that I represent, and also Gabriola Island, where I live. Lots of commuters going back and forth every day. That was a way to help make ends meet and help to accommodate the tremendously high, way beyond inflation fare increases that have been brought in under the British Columbia Liberal Party over the last 14 years. Inflation in some cases almost as high as 10%. That transit tax rebate program has been cut in this budget to save $170 million. We say instead that if this government was really serious about closing tax loopholes, that it would have kept its election promise and closed the CEO stock option loophole, and that would have given $750 million in revenue every year. Instead, inexplicably yesterday in question period, the representative for the finance minister said that this tax rebate was used disproportionately by wealthy people. It boggles the mind, honestly. And so it was cut to save $170 million on the backs of working people. Extremely disappointing, and not leadership and not walking the talk on either the middle class or on climate change. Home care, a huge need expressed that we heard daily knocking on doors through the federal election campaign. The Liberals promised $3 billion over 4 years. Instead, this budget commits $2.25 billion over 4 years. It is 1 year late, and it is 25% short. And that, again, is on the backs of families. For coastal communities, we really thought, given this government's election promises, that we would see commitments around salmon enhancement, around implementation of Cohen Commission recommendations, which this government has said they're going to implement every single one. Nothing. Nothing for salmon, which are so at the foundation of Indigenous communities and our original settlement pattern on the coast, so much in our modern economy at the root of tourism, commercial and sport and recreational fisheries. The opioid crisis has hit the community of Nanaimo particularly hard. We had more deaths per capita than anybody else in British Columbia at the early part of this crisis. We think because of terrible drug dealers testing out this bad product in our community as a test market. So no fault of the communities, but the community sure has taken the brunt of it. Firefighters, first responders. Now, this budget allocates $110 million to the entire drug and substance strategy over the next 5 years. The Conservatives had planned to spend $556 million on their anti-drug strategy over the same period. And honestly, it's a sad day when the Conservatives are spending more on drug treatment and the opioid emergency than the Liberals are. It's stunning, really. And the budget fails to allocate a single dime in emergency funding for the opioid crisis, as my colleague, the member for Vancouver Kingsway, has pointed out. It's unacceptable to think that the opioid crisis is over. Is not supported by the evidence. Let's say it that way. The crisis is getting worse, if anything, and to say that there is nothing allocated, $14 million this year for the entire drug strategy across the whole country, whereas last year $16 million was spent by the federal government in BC and Alberta alone. Small business, again, a big disappointment to see the government continuing to dishonor its election promise to lower the small business tax rate. Small businesses are our job generators. They're a huge part of the Nanaimo Ladysmith economy. And there's also nothing to reduce the unfair credit card merchant fees, which gouge small businesses and raise costs for consumers. People living with disabilities, again, the Liberals have once again ignored the calls loud and clear to make the disability tax credit refundable to ensure that it provides the support that low-income individuals need. And then we move to the gender budget. So big headlines on this, a lot of expectation raised. In fact, the budget named dozens of barriers women face, but it didn't actually implement very many solutions for them. The budget mentioned that the word women 274 times, but very little action taken. Murdered and missing Indigenous women, no money allocated in the 2017 budget for implementation of the inquiry's work. Violence against women, the offer is $20 million a year over the next 5 years for spending on federal services. This is only a little bit more than this government is committing to space exploration. NGOs had asked for $500 million a year, and some of that would go to the operators of domestic violence shelters who are doing very good work on the part of the country to shelter women and children escaping domestic violence with no support from this government. Pay equity, $0. Childcare, $0 last year and this year for any childcare spaces. This is quite different from the New Democrat election promise of $1.2 billion in new investments that would have happened this year, which during the election campaign the Liberals said is too little and too slow. Well, it's a head shaker. Parental leave. I like the idea of extending parental leave. That's good for families, that's good for women, but the government didn't commit any new dollars. So again, only the wealthiest who can afford to live on 1/3 of their salary are able to take the full benefit. Unpaid care work, also a good general direction, but many female caregivers will not qualify because they don't have high enough income to qualify for this tax break. And as well, the Liberals are delivering less than they promised in their platform. We're also disappointed that the Liberals failed to use the budget opportunity to close the problem that we identified around the Canada Pension Plan expansion, which would have helped women and people living with disabilities so that they are not penalized. Indigenous children again are left behind. Just $155 million to come into compliance with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. Again, it is such a betrayal of the government's promises that they do not specifically allocate in this budget. In closing, many Canadians are struggling with part-time and precarious employment, rising costs, record debt, and they were really hoping that this budget would lift them all up. Instead, it looks like a tremendous amount of government spending without being able to attribute that in a way that would affect people on the ground in their lives this year, right now. I urge the government to reconsider to make its budget more generous and more in line with its election promises. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Putting aside that in Toronto, the transit tax helped didn't do a thing for the lowest 40% of income earners who have monthly passes, but was a tax break for the highest 60%, and did nothing for the poorest of the poor, those who pay single fare. What we had was a tax proposed by Jack Layton, adopted by Stephen Harper, that gave tax breaks to the rich and made the poorest people in Toronto pay full fare. That's their idea of equity. I won't address that. I think it stands on its own merit. But this is, on the housing file, this is an insane analysis of the funding budget. I know it's a new member speaking to the House, but there's $4.8 billion in the base funding for housing that is present this year. And while it starts to fade out over time, the $11 billion fades in, so the entire 10-year program has a steady, predictable annual funding allotment locked in with the provinces, unable to be touched by Parliament after we sign the agreement. Why doesn't the NDP support long-term funding? I realize they wanted to balance the budget first and then housing. This funds housing now. And on the note that $30 million is all we're spending on housing this year, I can tell you in the City of Toronto, $154 million, 2 years' worth of funding was delivered last July. That money is building housing, repairing housing, and subsidized housing as we speak. It wasn't there with the Conservatives. It is here with this government. That party voted against the $154 million and told the low-income Canadians that live in Toronto that they could go fend for themselves. Why won't the NDP support solid housing programming that pays for housing now and for the next 10 years? It's an historic investment. Why can't they support housing?
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really wish that the member opposite wouldn't patronize members in the House here. We're both doing our work for the first time. There's no need to belittle me for only having been elected for a year and a half, just the same as you. The cut of the tax credit, if you look at hashtag transit tax credit, you'll see all kinds of people describing across the whole country that this hit them. If you've bought a transit pass, you're able to claim this against your income. And certainly people in my community that are working at the hospital, that are back and forth on the ferry every day, they were saving hundreds of dollars every year, hundreds and more. There's the evidence just doesn't support in my region that this was wealthy people riding on the bus. That's crazy. There's no way around the members' argument here. The affordable housing offer is not as rich as what they promised on, and most of it is offered after the next election. I think it is extreme arrogance to make promises with taxpayers' money for a period in which the voters have not supported you spending their money.
Before we go to questions and comments, I just want to remind the honourable members that while someone's speaking, it's not polite to scream across the floor. The honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, honourable member, for your speech. I was quite interested in your comments on the opioid crisis that is occurring here in this country. And I do sit on the Health Committee, and we did do an emergency study on the opioid crisis. And according to the RCMP, Mr. Speaker, 98% of the opioids that come to this country come from China. And yet this government seems to be doing nothing with respect to dealing with China on this particular issue, from what I understand. And I've constantly asked questions, whether it's in question period here or in Health Committee, excuse me, with regard to how they're dealing with China on this issue. So I'd like to ask the honourable member what she thinks should be done, and what perhaps the Liberals can take some advice from you on what you think should be done about China bringing in all these opioids.
I'm sure the honourable member meant the honourable member from Nanaimo Ladysmith and not me, the Speaker. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our first priority from the NDP side is to make sure that the frontline ambulance firefighters, the people that are dealing with this crisis every day in my own community, the Mid-Island HIV/AIDS Society has trained 800 volunteers how to use naloxone. I mean, the human commitment to alleviating the suffering is tremendous. We certainly want to see the government federally doing everything we can to support frontline workers, doing everything we can to keep the drugs out of the country, to keep the drugs from being made illegally with pill presses and so on. And again, we want to see spending now to get ahead of this crisis. It has huge human cost. I'm stunned to have heard from my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway that this budget offer is an 80% reduction over what the Conservatives had planned to spend. And another real problem is that it is the $110 million is mostly backloaded into future spending years. We need to spend it now.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to rise and address the government's budget. It's a budget that the honourable member for Outremont and the leader of the NDP, I think, rightly called the "we'll get around to it" budget, and he called it that in part because you can see if you look at the budget in columns for this year. The columns for this year for various initiatives are filled with zeros, so they're clearly not doing it now, so presumably they'll get around to it. We'll see about that. So that's from the present, but he was also making a historical comment about the typical behavior of Liberal governments, and he cited the example of the Chrétien-Martin era, where there were a lot of promises made in the Red Book of 1993, for instance, around a national pharmacare plan, around doing something on child care, and come the time that they were ultimately defeated in 2006, they were still saying, well, just one more election and we're going to get to it, and it's coming. And they had the audacity, frankly, to be indignant about the fact that they were defeated after 13 years of government and some pretty unsavory stories coming out of the Gomery Commission, saying that that there were things that Canadians needed, and they really wanted the opportunity to do them. And shame on other parties for having observed that they weren't getting around to it, and maybe it was time to replace them. So one, I think, given that historical context, has every reason to look at the behavior and look at this budget and worry that this is a government that is not serious about getting around to the things that need to be done. A good example actually is on the housing file, where if you look down the column, it's filled with zeros for this year, Mr. Speaker. And of course, there's promises of big money, and it's coming. You got to hang on. In 2023, things are going to be really great. We're going to have spent multiple billions of dollars, and by 2027, that will have doubled. But I submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that this is not really a good way of making policy. It's certainly not a good way of doing politics. It's just sort of, starting an arms race of who can announce money further into the future, Mr. Speaker. I mean, so, what we're concerned about, and I think what Canadians are concerned about, and people in Elmwood Transcona are concerned about, is having the government allocate resources and funds to their priorities now, not 10 years from now, not 20 years from now. And if we make it a habit, Mr. Speaker, of getting into announcing money further into the future just to have bigger, more impressive numbers, there's no reason why we shouldn't be talking about $40 billion by 2039 or $50 billion by 2047, or if we wanted to get really polemic, Mr. Speaker, we might announce $1 trillion by the year 3000. But this isn't, or I should say 2100, although we never quite know how the numbers are going to change with these guys. What I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, what I am saying is that this game of simply announcing money further into the future to make it look as though you're taking action on priorities today is not the right way of doing politics. It's not a good way of doing policy, for that matter. And it's not to say that you can't have long-term deals, but those deals have to include some action today, because there's no guarantee that an election or 2 or 3 elections from now, the government of the day is going to honor those deals. And so I think it's important that if a government wants to show its sincerity about taking action on the priorities of Canadians, that it spends some money today. That certainly was promised by the Liberals in the last election, and it's not what they're delivering with this budget. Childcare is a great example. They talk big numbers on childcare. Well, if you look at the amount of aid that's going to working Canadian families who need childcare in order to be able to report to work and have confidence that their kids are in a safe place with well-trained staff, the number is zero. So, I mean, that's a strange way to treat your priorities. I've noticed this is a feature of the government, incidentally. There's a number of things that have happened, like, for instance, undermining the lawsuit of Air Canada maintenance workers who wanted to keep their jobs here in Canada. That was not mentioned as a priority of the government, but it got done. It certainly got done, and there's been other examples of things that have got done in this House that weren't talked about in the election, and the things that aren't getting done are the things that were actually promised. So the lesson here is, God forbid you become a priority of the Liberal government, because you're gonna wither on the vine. It's the things that corporate CEOs bring to the government that they didn't talk about with Canadians during the election that are going to get the priority. That's the list you want to be on if you're rich enough to get on that list. And I think that lesson is evident in this budget. If you're a Canadian worker who's been laid off in the economic slowdown, you might be one of the 6 out of 10 Canadians that can't access the iFund. Well, there's nothing in this budget that talks about changing the eligibility rules to allow more workers who have been laid off to access that money to make their mortgage payments while they look for a new job, to be able to feed their family, put food on the table, keep a roof over their head while they look for new employment. Canadians are owed that, and particularly when you consider that successive Liberal and Conservative governments stole money out of the EI fund that was put there by those same Canadian workers in case they needed it in these circumstances. So it's shameful to see, once again, that ordinary working Canadians are being asked to wait, and we're going to get around to it. Maybe just elect us 2, 3, 4 more times, right? 15, 16 years, that sounds pretty good. That sounds about right. We could probably get to it by then. The kind of corporate lobby bandwagon might have kind of slowed down by then, and then we could get around to your priorities. We've seen this with veterans, for instance. There's nothing in the budget about restoring lifetime pensions for veterans, which was a promise of the Liberals during the campaign. There's nothing in there for them. They're being asked to wait. On defense spending, for instance, they're actually taking money that was allocated for defense spending and back-ending it, because it wasn't enough just to back-end the new money. No. They looked at the budget and they said, there's old money here that's not back-ended. We could correct that. Let's take that out of the budget and let's back-end it. Never mind the fact that the Canadian military needs new equipment now to be able to do their job properly and safely. So they haven't been content even just with back-ending new money. They want to back-end the old money too. And they're doing this in the context where through Bill C-27, and there's a couple other examples that if I had time I would mention, they're mounting an attack on Canadian workers' pensions, Mr. Speaker. I mean, we saw it a bit with the CPP, not including the dropout provisions for women and people with disabilities, which incidentally, Mr. Speaker, if you take advantage of their new extended parental leave, which is just extra time with no extra money. It's the same amount of money you would have had over the course of a year. Stretch it over 18 months and then get penalized on the next tier of CPP that they're so proud to have brought in because they didn't include the dropout provisions for women and people with disabilities. So, I mean, even when they're trying to do something right, they just can't seem to help themselves. They have to do something to throw a monkey wrench into it, and particularly when it comes to pensions, because if you needed any evidence at all, Bill C-27 sitting on the order paper is all the evidence you need to know that this government is not committed to real pensions for Canadian workers, and shame on them for that. And how do they do all this? How do they go to seniors and say, sorry, there's nothing in the budget for you, even though a national pharmacare plan would actually save money for Canadian taxpayers, but we can't be bothered to do it? How do they do that? Well, they say, well, there's just not enough money. We don't have the money to do that. But meanwhile, a promise they made during the election, I said earlier, God forbid you become a Liberal priority. A Liberal priority in the election was to close the CEO stock option loophole, something worth over $750 million of revenue to the government each year. It was a priority during the election, so it's not getting done. And then they have the nerve to turn around to Canadian workers and tell them that there's no money for them when it comes to pharmacare, when it comes to expanding EI, when it comes to investing in childcare this year. They say, no, we don't have the money, because Bay Street showed up and said, we don't like the idea of you taxing us fairly, and they backed right off. When it comes to sweetheart tax haven deals with Barbados and other countries that allow corporate CEOs to hide their money offshore, they're not taking any action, because it's easier to go to Canadian workers that don't have the same power and the same say as CEOs and tell them to wait and tell them to tighten their belt. And that's what's shameful about this budget, Mr. Speaker. When you hear about the CRA giving amnesty to Canada's richest and worst tax cheats, when that is revenue that could be used to invest in those services I've been talking about that working Canadians actually need, well, it's easier for them to go to those working Canadians and tell them to wait. So shame on them, Mr. Speaker, for having so little for Canadian workers, because they're not willing to stand up to those who should be paying their fair share. It's not enough to tell Canadian workers just to tighten their belt when the money's out there, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? I just want to tell the honourable members that the honourable member from Elmwood Transcona will only have about 3 minutes, because we will be moving on to the next level. The honourable member for Spadina Fort York, very short so that we can get on to other questions.
I'll try to ask a question with a yes and no answer. If the member turns to page 131, if the House would turn to 131, what they see is that in last year's budget, $500 million was projected into this year for childcare, and after that, $7 billion is projected for a new federal, provincial, territorial framework agreement with Indigenous communities. That's money this year, money for the next 7 years, and it's locked in with an accord, just like the housing money, which is locked in with an accord. The money is going to last past this election, and it's going to be backloaded according to their math, because 80% comes after the next election. Yet, 8 years after the next election, there will still be money flowing to cities, to municipalities, to villages, to towns, to provinces, to territories, to Indigenous communities, well close to $20 billion over the 10 years. It's not back-end loaded. What we've done is we've parceled out in 10-year installments, and yeah, there's 2 years to the next election, so 20% in the first 2 years and 80% in the next 8 years. That's the way the math works. But the money is here this year. It was doubled up last year. The money is there next year, every year the year after. This is a national housing strategy. When will the NDP get engaged in debating this budget, not the Chrétien Martin budgets? If they want to build a time machine, there's money in the budget for technology and innovation. They can go build a time machine. We're building housing. Why won't they help us?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
We'll stop talking about the Chrétien Martin government when they stop acting like the Chrétien Martin government, Mr. Speaker. And as far as his discussion of the budget, I would say to the honourable member, I find the budget tables more convincing than the budget prose.
The questions and comments. We have time for a very, very short question. The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the honourable member's speech, and he indicated that the extended parental leave, he saw it as a wash, and some people have referred to it here as a benefit. And I'm just wondering if he could clarify a little bit. If you do the extrapolation of that extended parental leave benefit, 18 months at 33% versus 12 months at 55%, it actually works out to a 10% reduction if you take the longer term. And I'm wondering if the member could comment on that benefit.
In 1 minute or less, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much for the question, and it is indeed hard to name it a benefit when you see that, in fact, you're going to be making or able to receive less money to get you through a longer period of time. So the flexibility is nice if you already have the money in the bank, but if you're like most working families here in Canada, you don't already have the money in the bank. You can't afford to take a 10% pay cut in order to stay home for an extra 6 months, even though you might like to. And the fact of the matter is, on top of that 10% pay cut in the immediate future, you need to be thinking about the long-term cut you're going to take to your CPP benefits, because they don't have dropout provisions for the second tier that they brought in.
Comme il est 17h23.
It being 5:23, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth all questions necessary to dispose of the motion forthwith on the Ways and Means motion number 10. The question is as follows.
Moved that the House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. Is it the... I believe the rules are that I have to ask the question first, then you answer. Okay, 1 second. It's nice to see the excitement in the room. It's wonderful. Now, is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yay! All those in favor, please say yay. Yay! All those opposed, please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
La question.
The question is the following one. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Monsef, moved that the House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite
Monsieur
Nation.
Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Ratanzi.
Mr. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. de Bruce.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Aolfson.
Mr. Aolfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Gerwall.
Mr. Gerwall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Ms. Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Van Dad.
Mr. Van Dad.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien se...
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lawson Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Udega.
Mr.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse, Les Etchemins Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse, Les Etchemins Lévis.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs.
Mr.
Stubbs.
Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin
Madame
Suite.
Boutin Suite.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 161, 161. Nays contre 122, 122.
I declare the motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Lightbound to motion M105 under private member's business. The question is on the amendment. Ms. Scrow, seconded by Mr. Drouin, moved that in light of the death of over 1,000 Canadians each year, including the tragic loss of the Honourable Maurel Bélanger, former MP for Ottawa-Vanier, on August 16, 2016, as a consequence of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, the House A reiterate its desire and commitment to, in collaboration with provincial and territorial stakeholders, combat ALS via research and awareness, and B, call upon the government to increase funding for ALS research and to substantially increase national efforts to develop and launch a comprehensive strategy to assist with the eradication of ALS at the earliest opportunity. Mr. Lightbound, seconded by Ms. Scrow, moved the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the words B, call upon the government to, and substituting the following: play a leadership role in supporting ALS research and to support national efforts to find a cure for ALS at the earliest opportunity. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar, Mission, Matsqui, Fraser,
Mr.
Canyon.
Cedar, Mission, Matsqui, Fraser, Canyon.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Arya.
Mr. Arya.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Yes. Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Oh, at my right.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Second row at my right.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
First row at my right.
Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Stubbs.
Mr. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Thériault.
Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou
Madame
Duval.
Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Row at my left.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr.
Ms.
McGregor.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Généreux.
Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Not, sorry, back to Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Then Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin,
Monsieur Nantel,
Monsieur Nantel,
Ms. Malcolmson,
Ms. Malcolmson,
Monsieur Saganache,
Monsieur Saganache,
Madame Sanssouci,
Madame Sanssouci,
Monsieur Choquette,
Monsieur Choquette,
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Second row at my left.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pulius.
Mr. Pulius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
First row at my left.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Watts.
Mr. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Ms. Watts. Mr. Kent.
Sorry, correct. Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Madame Laverdiere.
Madame Laverdiere.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my left. Third row at my left. Second row at my left. First row at my left. Justin King.
Yeas pour 283, 283 nays contre aucun, nil.
I declare the amendment carried. The next question is on the main motion as amended. The question is as follows. Madame Scro, appuyée par Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Groh, seconded by Mr. Drouin, moved that in light of the death of over 1,000 Canadians each year, including the tragic loss of the Honourable Maurice Bélanger, former MP for Ottawa-Vanier, on August 16, 2016, as a result of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, the House A reiterate its desire and commitment to, in collaboration with provincial and territorial stakeholders, combat ALS via research and awareness, and B, call upon the government to play a leadership role in supporting ALS research and to support national efforts to find a cure for ALS at the earliest opportunity. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion as amended?
Adopt A.
Carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M100 under private members' business in the name of Mrs. Mendez, Madame Mendez. Question is as follows. Madame Mendez, seconded by Mr. Whalen, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the important role cooperatives play in the economy and ensure that they continue to thrive by taking concrete steps such as A, developing, in consultation with provincial and territorial governments, Indigenous communities, and the cooperative sector, a federal cooperative strategy to promote and support Canada's cooperative sector, and B, providing periodic progress reports on pre-established goals and targets. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif. Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsky.
à ma droite.
Mr. Arya.
Mr. Arya.
Mr. Ayub.
Mr. Ayub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Bruce.
Mr. Bruce.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Third row at my right.
Wisniewski.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varane.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Millerville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Sarts.
Mr. Millerville-Marie, le sud-ouest de l'Essard.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpot-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpot-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row at my right.
Crow.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenteuil, la petite nation.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenteuil, la petite nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur
Ms.
Garneau.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Première rangée à ma droite.
First row at my right.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr.
Ms.
Bryson.
Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Tous ceux à ma gauche qui appuient la...
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Seneschal Filing.
Ms. May Sanet.
Oh, at my left.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Bertod.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr.
Mr.
Kitchen.
Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lawson Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nautel.
Mr. Nautel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sansouci.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Second row at my left.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
First row at my left.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Madame Laverdière.
Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton
Ms.
Strathcona.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui s'opposent.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row, fourth row, third row, second row on my left, first row on my left.
Yeas pour 284, 284. Nays contre aucun, nil.
Another tight one. Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
La Chambre procédera.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill 307 under private members' business. The question is as follows.
Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou moved that Bill C-307, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, Tamper Resistance and Abuse Deterrence, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Row at my left.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins Lévis.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Mr. Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Stanich-Skolfile.
Ms. May.
Sam rangé à ma gauche.
Fourth row on my left.
Stanton.
Mr. Albert.
Mr. Albert.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ranger à ma gauche.
Third row on my left.
Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sansouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row on my left.
Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayez.
Mr. Abultayez.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Premier rangé à ma gauche.
First row on my left.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Madame Laverdiere.
Madame Laverdiere.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Que tout ça à ma droite qui a pris la motion.
All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row, fourth row on my right. Third row on my right. Second row on my right. First row on my right.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mrs. Said.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Fourth row at my left.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Second row at my left.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
First row at my left. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territory.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morris.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sani.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsby Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsby Fraser.
My right.
Mr. Arya.
Mr. Arya.
Mr. Ayub.
Mr. Ayub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Ms. de Bruson.
Ms. de Bruson.
Ms. de Moss.
Ms. de Moss.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Third row on my right.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sarres.
Monsieur Biller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sarres.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez-Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez-Sangre.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Deuxième rangée à ma...
Second row on my right.
Ms. Crow.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Premier rangée à ma droite.
Ms. Qualtrough.
First row on my right.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Null.
Mr. Null. Yeas pour 122, 122. Nays contre 160, 160.
I declare the motion defeated. It being 6:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at report stage of Bill S-208 in the name of Mr. Sims, National Seal Products Day Act.
J'encourage la députée de...
I would encourage members to take their conversations outside, perhaps in the lobby or elsewhere. I'm sure there are other places where they can continue their conversations. There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage.
Mr. Sims, seconded by Ms. Jones, moves that Bill S-208, an act respecting National Seal Products Day, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now. Mr. Sims, seconded by Ms. Jones, moves that Bill S-208, an act respecting National Seal Products Day, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member for Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame.
Nice job, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I'm stunned by the brilliance, trust me, and I don't mean that facetiously. I'm actually stunned by it, because I know as a former Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, you spent a lot of time on this issue, and I thank you very, very, very much. Thank you, sir, as you ride off into the sunset. Okay, I just wanted to talk on third reading. I've spoken about this before, so we brought the bill to committee to discuss a Seal Products Day, and I've noticed during the meeting that it was as much about the culture of my home province in Newfoundland and Labrador as it is about the Indigenous community across this country, particularly the Inuit of the North. And I'm glad to say that I'm honored to have seconding this bill my esteemed colleague from Labrador for the greater part of the province who seconded this. And there you go. Well, I got to do it. So anyway, I would like to say that I want to thank her participation in the bill, in the committee meeting. I want to thank also the member from Nunavut who also took part in that. He was a very passionate speech about how his cultural, traditional ties are with, of course, seal products in regards to art, food, clothing, and of course, as for ceremonial purposes. And I want to thank him dearly for that. So, going back over history, I recall some time ago we had the unveiling of a memorial in the town of Elliston. And the town of Elliston, with the Sealers Memorial, talked about how the massive hunt took place several hundred years ago. And it started in a very large ship, and it was a large commercial hunt that began for several reasons, and primarily not just for the skins and the fur that was involved to keep warm, but of course also for the oils that were involved in fuel and so on and so forth, because in those days hydrochemicals are not what they are now, of course, and or petrochemicals, not hydro, but petrochemicals were not where they are, so therefore seal oil played a far greater role in society. As I mentioned in the first part of my debate, that one of the very first uses of seal oil was to ship it back to the United Kingdom and use the oil to light the street lamps in the city of London. Kind of ironic, because that's where a lot of the protests, the genesis of the protests against it started, in the city of London. No offense to Londoners, but nevertheless, no reflection on the beautiful city of London. It's just to reflect on some of the people's issue. Now, the day that we're proposing, incidentally, matches up with the European Union Day, Marine Day it's called. Now, I want to thank Senator Céline Hervieux-Payette, who was the genesis of this particular bill, and I give her credit. For several reasons, one of which she chose the date in line with the Marine Day of the European Union, because around that time, if you recall, the European Union instilled a ban on seal products because of the cruel nature of how we harvested the seals. Now, at that time, I thought it was fairly ironic. I introduced a motion in this House, which I haven't put back in the House. I just wanted to make a point, which I think I did, that we were also going to institute in Canada a ban on deer and boar products from Germany. Why would I do that, you ask? I'm glad you asked. Because the reason why they did that, we did that, was because to illustrate the point that the hunting of deer and boar throughout Germany is an unregulated hunt. Why is it unregulated? Well, the politicians don't want to touch it. And the reason why they don't want to touch it is because it's tied into their culture and heritage. I've got nothing against that. I wish it was more regulated. Nevertheless, I'm sure my ban would not put the lederhosen industry in jeopardy. Goodness no, we don't want that. I hope a demonstration isn't necessary for the wearing of lederhosen. I don't think it would be. But nevertheless, it illustrates a point that if you're going to talk about the harvesting of one particular animal to the point where you find it cruel and offensive, then you have to open up to all. The seal hunt harvest in eastern Canada, as well as the north, is one that's carried out in a humane manner, despite what people tend to think. And that was illustrated at committee meeting. We never had one witness who disagreed with what we were doing. We have a few people who disagree, that is true. But at the time, we had some great testimony, including my colleague from Labrador and others, who talked about how they are tied to this particular culture. So there are two things at play here. There are two areas by which that we harvest the seals on a commercial basis. That's the Gulf and that's the front. The front is concerning, of course, my area, northeastern coast of Newfoundland, up towards my colleague from the Long Range Mountains, and up towards southern Labrador, and my colleague there. But let's not stop there, because this is a pan-provincial issue. It also sustained one of the, I won't say one of, it's the oldest city in North America. Is it not, my friend? It is the oldest city, and it's St. John's. And my colleague from St. John's, South Mount Pearl, knows full well, he knows the history of the province and what the seal industry meant to his glorious city, both cities, as a matter of fact, and how it sustained us for so many years, well over a few hundreds of years, I guess probably 400 years. Okay, so what this does is that the Seal Products Day celebrates it on a day, the same day as the European Union does the Marine Day. Now, the reason why they have Marine Day is to celebrate their cultural heritage ties to what they do on the coastline. So the seafood industry, other industries regarding all through Spain, Portugal, the Basque area, pardon? Oh, yeah, and Ireland as well, and of course Scottish areas. But what they do is that they celebrate that day each and every year to talk about their ties to the ocean. By the same token, a month later, they will protest the seal harvest here, which is why I congratulate Selina Villepayette by doing what she did, because she wanted to point out the ultimate irony, which I think she has done. So, to me, it's one particular day, but as far as I'm concerned, it's every day where we celebrate this, certainly for people in the north. Baffin Island, Nunavut, Northwest Territories, and Yukon, of course. But particularly for Nunavut. And again, I congratulate my colleague from Nunavut, the MP, who brought a very passionate speech, and each and every day brings seal products into this House. And it bears mentioning again that when my colleague from Nunavut went to the United States of America, he met then President Barack Obama with a seal tie on. Now, I don't know if many people are aware of this, but many years ago, when Barack Obama was a senator, he actually wrote the Canadian government protesting the seal harvest. That is true. Now, Barack Obama is a great man, one of the greatest speeches I've ever heard in this House. But he's not perfect, I realize, on that day. He's not perfect. So, that being said, I like to think that if we illustrate the issue of the harvesting of animals, then we shed more light on this subject. It just doesn't end with the seal products, it also with other products. I mentioned seal oil, I mentioned the seal fur, the meat, of course, now hoping to open up markets in China. I have a company in my riding named Focalux who basically are doing some tremendous things in advancing seal products. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that I want to congratulate the Department of Fisheries and it's something different now. Department of Fishery, the Provincial Fisheries Ministry of Newfoundland and Labrador, and they've done some fabulous work regarding product development for seal products. And I also want to congratulate the government of Quebec, who has also been fierce defenders of seal products, of course, and the harvesting of seal products. Because I forgot to mention, by the way, the Gulf is the other area which is situated toward the Ile de Madeleine. And of course, there they have a thriving industry as well. And centuries and centuries they've depended on seal products as such. But those are the mass commercial areas. What's particularly, ironic is when they introduced the ban of seal products in the European Union, they said the commercial stuff is what we don't want, and they told me this to my face. It's the indigenous ceremonies that we're to protect and the harvesting of the indigenous community. Without us in Newfoundland saying a word, the indigenous communities came back to them and said, that's not fair. Because in order for us to do what you say we can do, we have to have that commercial industry to do it. So, to which it met with complete and utter silence. And of course, since then, we've had challenges in the World Trade Organization, and we've had a great deal of support for that. And in the spirit of goodwill, I want to compliment the former government for going to the WTO with that. They fought fiercely for the rights of sealers, and they also fought for the rights of indigenous seal harvesters as well. So I do want to congratulate them, and I thought they did a great job at the time. Nevertheless, we still have some misconceptions, broad misconceptions out there with a lack of understanding. Members of the European Parliament, it was pointed out to them at the time that if you introduce a seal products ban, what does that do for the harvesting of other animals? I mentioned deer and boar by way of example. They didn't have an answer for that at the time. And we pointed out the ultimate, I guess, how do I describe this? It was the ultimate way of saying you really have to study something before you step forward. Look before you leap. And they did not do that within the particular structure of Brussels. And of course, that's what happened, and that's why we challenged it at the World Trade Organization. Because what ended up happening was the technical group of the Committee of the Environment who was studying this, they told them, you can't really do this because you create a slippery slope. Because let's face it, the seal product banned in the European Union, which started out in member states of Netherlands, Germany, and started in the UK. But what was new about this was that it's one thing to say we will not accept a product ban because of the species itself. If the species is endangered, for example, bluefin tuna is an endangered species. So in many cases, we would ban these products if we felt that they were endangered. We talk about other products that aren't endangered, but this was not an endangered species. This was strictly done on the basis of cruel and unusual punishment to a particular animal. But we made steps with the help of the Provincial Fisheries Department, the DFO, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada, with them in conjunction, created a humane way of harvesting the seals. It was called a 3-step process of killing the seals, so on and so forth. So that was put into place. In the same way that any abattoir, any harvester, any place that harvests an animal domesticated like cows or chickens and that sort of thing, all the same types of restrictions and regulations about the harvesting of such animals was applied to the seals. But again, we go back to what happened, which was that it's far easier to put yourself on a pedestal of what's right for animal rights if you have a good product to sell. The product they sold was something that they discovered back in the 70s. It's easy to sell an animal with a very cute way of looking about itself. It gives good poster, as my colleague pointed out, which is, yeah, that's right. And Rex Murphy said the same thing. It gives good poster. And the seal face in the Arctic, or sorry, in the ocean, on the ice, the harvesting, the red on the white, if you know what I mean, it gave good poster, and that's the problem we had, because we never had a fair shake from the very beginning. Now, going back to why we're here, of course, the seal products themselves. And we've celebrated so much over the past little while. It's not just the products for use such as wearing or consuming, but art as well. We've seen some fabulous art take place. My goodness, even in St. John's, Vogue, is it Vogue first? Even in St. John's, they made some great products for seal. Jackets and hats and so on and so forth. It's really quite eloquent. My colleague from Labrador makes a valid point. Let me just return to the point of the seals used as for a good poster. What happened back then, since 1987, first they condemned us for killing of, and I use this in, I don't like using air quotes, but I'm going to do it anyway, baby seals, seal pups. We haven't, they were, of course, you recognize them as being the whitecoats. They still use that to give good poster. And as a result of that, well, in 1987, we stopped harvesting baby seals, and that's where we stand today. And that goes into the responsible part of the, my goodness, we responsibly harvest seals more than so many other species that are consumed every day. I'll never forget the time a former senator came over to Europe with us, and he talked about, and he stood up and he said, "I can't believe you're condemning the harvesting of seals." And he looked at them all in the room and he said, "You just ate foie gras. If I were to tell you how foie gras is made, you'd never eat it again, and you'd be sick as we sit here." And he brought up a good point. And the point was, now I'm not condemning anybody that eats foie gras. I don't really like it myself. Nevertheless, I'd rather sit down with a nice hot dog. But nevertheless, probably the same kind of texture, just one's pricier. But the problem is that the lack of understanding unfortunately inhibits our ability to talk about things like fantastic seal products. So I encourage all members in this House to please support us on Seal Products Day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know the member has been a long advocate for a very important industry for not only one region of the country, but I would ultimately argue, Madam Speaker, that it's a region that affects many areas of the country, and there's a great deal of understanding in terms of the importance, both socially and economically. And I just wanted to take the opportunity just to applaud my colleagues' efforts, because I know how important the issue has been to them over the years, and some of my other colleagues in particular in that Newfoundland Labrador area. And maybe if you could just share with us, give us a bit of a historical perspective of some of the things that's happened in this House with respect to the debate today.
The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Yes, it does. And I want to thank my colleague from an area, of course, that knows full well the traditions of harvesting seals out on the deep ocean of Winnipeg North. No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be sarcastic. I'm just saying that that's an ability of his ability to be in this House and to know every issue that's being talked about. He does know a lot about this issue, and it astounds me. But nevertheless, that just tells me that Winnipeg North is being served well. And Canada, for that matter. I also noticed, I forgot to mention, my colleague from northern Quebec is here, and I forgot the name of his riding, Nunavik. So I want to say greetings to him, because he knows full well certainly how this issue is very important and celebrates it just like we do. And I want to acknowledge his presence as well. I know I'm not allowed to do that, but I guess it's a little late for that now, I suppose. My apologies, Madam Speaker. But it is certainly tied into the traditions that date back 500 years on the commercial side alone. Even before that, we go back to the Beothuk Indians of Newfoundland and Labrador. Even they harvested this along with the auk. Unfortunately, the auk is no longer with us, but nevertheless, the seal harvesting played a crucial role to their survival as well, predating us, of course. And as you look at the situation we have now, that is why Seal Products Day means so much, because of the cultural and traditional ties that we aim to celebrate. So thank you to my colleague from Winnipeg North.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague and friend from Newfoundland and Labrador for his eloquent speech, something we're all passionate about. And I'd like to ask a question, if I could, Madam Speaker, if he could give us his opinion on the estimated numbers of seal in the area on the east coast of our country, and what he thinks could be sustainable and what he may think the impact of such a number of seals would be.
The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
That's a valid point, and I want to thank my colleague from Long Range Mountains for doing that. Her area certainly shares in that tradition. We have, as far as the harp seals are concerned, northeast coast, I mentioned the Gulf in the front, both harp seals, 8 to 10 million, although I just received a picture from a friend of mine who shows a polar bear eating a seal off northeast coast of Newfoundland, so I should say it's 8 to 10 million minus 1. So, but nevertheless, it is certainly, as I pointed out earlier, it is not a species in decline. It is not threatened. It is not endangered, which is why some of these protests lack the sincerity and lack the information, and that's why we have to fight back with this, with initiatives like this that talk about seal products, and again, not just for us on the East Coast, but for all Indigenous communities, and not just Canada. Not just Canada. There's Finland, northern Finland. There's the Arctic Circle, of course, into Russia, as well as Greenland, and these areas, and even into Western Alaska. So for all these Indigenous communities, this is a big deal for them to celebrate their cultural and their traditions. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm delighted to rise in support of S208, an act to designate May 20th each year as National Seal Products Day. In fact, Madam Speaker, I'm so pleased to speak in this debate that I went to my closet this morning to retrieve one of my several sealskin ties. Now, I realize that my honourable colleague from Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame, sported a snappy bow tie when he introduced the bill passed in the other place for consideration in the House. Well, I've chosen, I think, a more substantial piece of neckwear in square centimeters at least, wonderfully fabricated from the pelt of a harp seal. And I wear it, Madam Speaker, because I am proud that the Conservative Party of Canada is the only party to explicitly state its support of the seal harvest in its official declaration. I recall fondly the first policy conference of our reconstituted party in Montreal in 2005, a conference that I attended as a journalist, a conference which so impressed me, Madam Speaker, that barely 3 weeks later I was a fledgling candidate for the election that followed, which elected the first mandate of Prime Minister Stephen Harper. Now, you'll recall, Madam Speaker, that it took me one more try to join my Conservative colleagues in this House, but that's another story for another day. The point that I was making before interrupting myself was the construction of the sound Conservative policy platform I witnessed at that first policy convention in Montreal in 2005. The policy that was passed, now included in Section 123 of the Conservative Party's policy declaration, states unequivocally that we believe, the Conservative Party of Canada believes, the government must continue to support the Canadian sealing industry by working to eliminate unfair international trade bans on Canadian seal products. Now, as you know, Madam Speaker, those unfair international trade practices have taken a terrible toll on Canada's sealing industry, which is an historically important cultural and economic driver in Canada's Eastern Arctic and northern communities. It has been for centuries an integral part of Canada's rural culture and the way of life for many thousands of Canadians. Indigenous people have a constitutionally protected right to harvest marine mammals, including seals, as long as the harvest is consistent with responsible conservation practices. As recently as 2004, seal products in their different forms, meat, oil, which is rich in omega-3 fatty acids, and of course pelts not only sold as neckties, but as jackets and boots and slippers and mittens. All of these products accounted for about $18 million in exports to markets around the world. Today, unfortunately, seal product exports amount to only several $100,000 because of ill-informed, misguided, in some cases, blatantly hypocritical, discriminatory regulations and outright bans. In 2010, using justifications built on seal harvest practices that were outlawed decades ago, the European Union banned the import and sales of all seal products. Now, the Fur Institute of Canada, along with successive Canadian governments, Conservative and Liberal, have countered the myths and misrepresentations with clear and accurate facts. Since 1987, seals have not been hunted until they reach maturity. No other young animals receive the same preferred treatment. Lambs, pigs, calves, chickens, all are slaughtered before maturity. Now, Madam Speaker, I use the word myth advisedly, and let me offer now a few of the classic myths about the seal harvest, along with the realities. The most flagrantly argued, propagandized myth is that the Canadian government still allows sealers to harvest white coats, seal pups. The fact is that since 1987, that practice has been illegal, as is the harvest of adult seals during breeding or birthing times of year. Another classic myth, Madam Speaker, is that seals are skinned alive. In fact, a 2002 study carried out by independent veterinarians proved that to be false. Yet another myth is that Canada's traditional and commercial seal fishery is unsustainable and endangering seal populations. Again, absolutely false. In fact, and scientists and researchers at Fisheries and Oceans Canada have all the evidence. In fact, the seal population, Madam Speaker, is very healthy and growing, in some cases in overabundant numbers that are seen to be threatening the recovery of overfished, depleted, saltwater Atlantic groundfish populations such as the cod. Harp seals alone, for example, are said to consume more than 12 million tons of fish every year, the equivalent of more than 10% of the world's annual commercial wild harvest. As well, the overabundant gray seal population off the Maritimes is of also particular threat to Atlantic cod and salmon. And it's not, Madam Speaker, because they're consuming all that they kill. In fact, Madam Speaker, the gray seal very often eats only a few bites of an 80 to 100-pound cod, leaving the large wounded fish to die and to waste. It's also relevant, Madam Speaker, to point out that since the European Union imposed its misguided, misinformed ban on seal product imports and sales, a number of EU member countries have actually authorized the culling of their own seal populations to protect their national fisheries. A spokesman for Canada's Fur Institute pointed out the cost of those contradictory policies several years ago, saying that the culls in Europe are both hypocritical and wasteful because the killed seals can only be used under EU laws for personal consumption, unlikely, and can't be used as commercial products because of the EU's own ban. Two final myths I would like to address, Madam Speaker. One is that Fisheries and Oceans Canada, we know it well in this House by its acronym, DFO, provides subsidies for the seal hunt. Again, that's outdated. Sealing is, as many of my colleagues have argued, an economically viable industry. All subsidies were ended in 2001, and even that economic assistance was for market and product development. In fact, the Canadian government has provided far less in subsidies to the sealing industry than was recommended by the 1986 Maloof Royal Commission on Seals and Sealing in Canada. And the final myth that I would like to dispel this evening, Madam Speaker, is that the Canadian seal hunt is rife with brutality and inhumane practices, and that the Department of Fisheries and Oceans doesn't adequately police or punish illegal hunting activity. The reality is quite the opposite. Fisheries enforcement officers conduct surveillance of the hunt by air and by sea, and with dockside inspection of landing vessels returning from the hunt. As well as this close monitoring of the hunt, infractions of the regulations draw severe penalties, which can include not only significant fines, very significant fines, but the seizure and forfeiting of fishing vessels and their gear, of catches, and of the sealers' licenses. Now, I know my time is short, Madam Speaker, so to wrap up, I would like to stress again that across Canada's remote northern and coastal communities, sealing is an important traditional way of life and a critical source of income for thousands of families. The seal fishery contributes to the often inconsistent range of income sources in remote fishing communities, and in some years, seal hunt revenues offset poor catches in those other fisheries. Madam Speaker, Bill S-208 would impose no direct cost to the federal government and would not create a legal holiday, but designation of May 20th as National Seal Products Day every year would provide invaluable symbolic support of a legitimate, humane, and sustainable fishery. Madam Speaker, it would provide an annual opportunity for me and my colleagues to once again wear this tangible evidence of an historic past, a worthy present, and a highly sustainable future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU.
Merci, merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Je peux dire d'emblée que je suis...
From the outset, I would like to say that I'm honored to speak to this bill, S-208, because there are people in my riding, in Nunavik, who depend to a large extent on seals.
It has been obvious for us here in the South to feel the changes of spring returning to the land. For Indigenous peoples in our languages, the names marking the passage of time are interconnected with the environment and wildlife surrounding us. Our traditional cycles of yearly activities are closely tied to what the animals and plants are doing. In Nunavik, for instance, this time of the year is called Tiriliuliuti, the season of bearded seals to have babies. And so how fitting, Madam Speaker, how fitting that we are here at this time recognizing the importance of these animals to northern communities, as the representative from Thornhill just said. I would like to quote Shilawat Cloutier, who comes from the community of Kuujjuaq in my writing. Writing about the social and cultural importance of the seal hunt, she says this, and I quote, "It's hard to describe the excitement that would flash through Kuujjuaq when word came that hunters were returning with a large harvest like a seal. Word spread from neighbor to neighbor, from house to house, and everyone heading to the home of the hunter. Sitting or squatting on the floor, the men and women would begin to cut up the carcass with sharp knives or an ulu. Everyone else, including the children, would sit encircling the seal. Pieces of meat would be passed around to eat. The liver was one of my favorites. The best moment was then when we would all reach into the seal and dip our hands, coating our scooped fingers with sweet, rich blood, which we licked off like honey. Those precious moments," she says, "sitting on the floor with my grandmother and mother, my brothers and sister, my uncle and his family, and so many members of the community, were treasured times. But the importance of country food to my community," she continued, "goes far beyond taste. Country food is the fuel we need to thrive in the Arctic." End of quote. That passage comes from her book, The Right to be Cold, by the way. Besides her description of sharing with her community the product of a hunt, what I love about this memory is the message she teaches us. Inuit need seal to thrive in the Arctic. Inuit hunt seals for food and clothing and many other products, and they market the byproducts of sustainable hunt internationally today. Recognizing and honoring the Inuit seal harvest and products with legislation that marks May 20 as National Seal Products Day also recognizes and honors traditional Inuit way of life. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples affirms in Article 20 the right to maintain and develop Indigenous political, economic, and social systems or institutions, to be secure in the enjoyment of their own means of subsistence and development, and to engage freely in all of their traditional and other economic activities. For many Inuit, this means a continuation of the seal hunt and the diversification of traditional uses towards commercial markets and new products. Colonizing society, organizations, and governments violate that inherent right when they attempt to place misinformed restrictions on seal products, restrictions that have caused immeasurable harm to Indigenous communities across the North. Inuit originally joined the commercial seal market due to the pressures from colonization, herded into permanent settled communities, and actively prevented from living traditional lifestyles. Sled dogs were shot by RCMP, and Inuit turned to the monetary economy to buy fuel for their snowmobiles and to survive. The banning of products from the Inuit hunt caused economic devastation, and I can add this, Madam Speaker, personal humiliation among Inuit communities. The sealskin market is so important because it allows Inuit to maintain a piece of their traditional lifestyles, and in doing so, assert autonomy and control over their social systems. Let me give you an example, Madam Speaker. Nunavik Creations is an example of the tremendous entrepreneurship in the north of my riding. The award-winning company employs Inuit women from various communities across Nunavik as seamstresses, designers, creative analysts, sample makers, pattern makers, and in administrative roles promoting Inuit culture through their unique garments. Creating a day each year when all of Canada supports the inherent right that Inuit have to participate in the economy, takes care of their families and communities, and thrive in this millennium will go a long way towards truth-telling and making amends for previous wrongs done to Indigenous peoples. Indigenous peoples, as stewards of their territories, have the obligation, Madam Speaker, to care for the land and for the waters. For Inuit, the right to maintain and promote spiritual practices is closely connected to hunting seal. Throughout the Arctic, stories are told about an aquatic female character, sometimes called Sana. She controls the sea mammals and determines the fate of surface dwellers. She is someone to beg when a hunter is hopeful, and someone to blame if a hunter fails. If we are to advance our understanding of Inuit-defined sovereignty, the first important entity we must recognize is the sea. In doing so, we must respect all Inuit practices connected to the sea and Sana's children, the sea mammals. The relationship between humans and seals has developed over thousands of years through precise observations while out on the sea ice waiting to harpoon a seal, while monitoring seal breathing holes, birthing dens, and migration patterns, essential to Inuit culture. So, Madam Speaker, I am proud to stand in this House and say that I fully support Bill S-208, this legislation that supports the inherent rights of the Inuit to maintain their social, cultural, political, and economic relationship to the seals, to Sana, and to the sea. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I had the opportunity to ask the mover of the motion what I thought was a very important question, because I do believe at the end of the day that the seal hunt and just the industry as a whole is something that ultimately, through education, people will get a better appreciation and understanding in terms of what is being proposed. The designation of a day, as it was pointed out from the Conservative member across the way, doesn't necessarily mean it's a holiday, Madam Speaker, but what it does mean is it's a wonderful opportunity to be able to ensure that there's a higher sense of education in terms of just how important this industry really and truly is. You know, I've had opportunity over the years to listen to a number of members comment about the seal industry as a whole and the importance that it plays. And I think that often we underestimate why the seal industry is so important. You know, we can talk about heritage. We can talk about the economic benefits, and I'd like to spend a little bit of time on both of those, but also just to maybe bring a bit of a different perspective in terms of how important seals are in terms of the North. And, you know, I have had the opportunity to have many different discussions about wildlife, in particular polar bears, and how polar bears are very much dependent on seals. So there is for lack of better words, a wildlife element to this whole issue. But most importantly, I want to go to the economics and the heritage side of it. You know, when we take a look at many of the communities that have been over the years dependent on the seal hunt, one can get a better appreciation if you take a look at the remoteness of the industry in itself and where you find individuals that are engaged in the industry and the types of things that they have to be able to do in order to sustain themselves. We often take things for granted, whether it's clothing or food or even just economic survival, that we in larger municipalities or even more rural areas as a whole, you will find that there's, whether it's grocery stores, whether it's economic opportunities through jobs that are scattered throughout our country. But once you start getting into the more remote areas, or the areas in which there has been a great deal of effort, and I'm really looking more so, I guess, and I made reference to Newfoundland, Labrador, but it affects more than just any one province. You can go all the way up north, follow down, even going into the Churchill area, Madam Speaker, and back up these northern regions in which we will see a seal population. Those populations, and my colleague made reference, I believe it was between 6 to 8 million, minus the one that was possibly killed a little bit earlier today by the polar bear, as he referenced. There is a healthy population, Madam Speaker, of seals. And we think that, you know, the economic benefits, well, without that seal hunt, I would suggest to you that there would be many communities that would be that much more challenged in terms of their very existence in some cases. For others, it's the livelihood. Often it is a supplementary income that is provided through it, as many individuals not only will be involved in the seal hunt, but they are also involved in other aspects of our fishery industry. I know, Madam Speaker, that quite often what we find is that it is very much something that's driven through heritage. Indigenous people and even some non-Indigenous people over the years have actually taken to heart the importance of the industry and respecting the heritage aspect of it. As it's been pointed out, is something that's been going on for literally hundreds of years. So I look at it in two ways. one from that heritage point of view and the economics. I started off by talking about education. Often we will look at whether it's motions or legislation that will ultimately take a designated day and often even a designated month where we'll say this is a day in which we want to recognize something of significance for Canada. And that's really what we're debating today, is a particular piece of legislation that will enable I believe it's May the 20th, Madam Speaker, as the designated day in which we would have an appreciation of the seal hunt and seals to our country. And let me suggest that there's different ways in which you can deal with those designations. And it's really going to be driven by members across the way. The Conservative, and I can't think of the riding, the member is Thornhill. The member from Thornhill talked about his tie. And we have seen a number of members around the House wear this seal tie. And if you talk to members such as the member from Thornhill, he will express that sense of pride in the tie because it's a very symbolic yet a very important gesture that's in support of the seal industry, Madam Speaker. I know that there are members of the Liberal caucus that have the same sort of a seal tie. I'm not a part of that club as of yet, Madam Speaker, but I recognize that there is a very high sense of pride in those seal products. I know my colleague from Labrador has brought to the lobby on occasions seal meat. And I've had the opportunity to try some of that, Madam Speaker, and I thought it was different, interesting. I understand there's different ways of cooking it, and I would not hesitate in trying it again, maybe cooked a little bit differently. I understand that some people will even have it in the raw form, Madam Speaker. The point is that there's ways in which we can celebrate the importance of the industry. And I would like to think that we could even look at ways in which you could take it into a classroom. So imagine you are a school trustee or you're an MLA, Member of Parliament. You look at the ways in which we can highlight what we believe are important issues to our communities in which we represent. Well, even though, as my colleague pointed out, from Winnipeg North, you don't see too many seals around Winnipeg North, but Madam Speaker, I recognize what it is in the industry as a whole, and I would love to see some class time dedicated by a teacher that has taken an interest in the industry, because it is about education. I think that there has been misinformation, and we have heard that through the debate by individuals that really are not necessarily thinking of I would argue, the well-being of the industry as a whole, but approach it with a bias. And the bias is to stop the seal hunt, not appreciating the heritage, and in fact that we do have healthy seal populations, that there is not only a role for us to recognize the history of the seal hunt and what's happening today, but as that has been pointed out, that there is a promising future. So when we talk about the importance of recognizing a single day, I would suggest to you that we allow members to appreciate it, recognize it in many different ways, from bringing it into the classroom to debating the issues and bringing up in future SO31s here in the House, sharing our ideas with members of the media, because like many different industries throughout the country, we need to appreciate and value those industries that have really touched the hearts and souls of so many, not only for people today, but throughout the years. And in particular, I focus on just how important it is for our Indigenous communities in recognizing and supporting the very strong leadership that has come to the table on this particular issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to say that for the first time I find myself in violent agreement with the member for Winnipeg North. This is surely unprecedented. I have to say, when I first saw the title of the bill, I thought we might be speaking about trained seals, which we've spoken, I think, a lot about in recent days. But instead, we're talking about actual seals. So I wouldn't want to insult seals by comparing them to any members of this House. I do want to thank my friend from Coast of Bays Central Notre Dame for bringing this motion to this place. We've had a chance to get to know each other quite a bit in recent days, time spent at Proc, and I haven't always supported initiatives he's brought forward, as he may recall from some of the brief comments that I had at that committee. But you know, I am very pleased to be here to support this important proposal from a member who happens to be part of the government, but certainly this is something that I think all members of the House should be able to get behind. This is a common sense proposal that reflects a recognition of our heritage, but also real common sense when it comes to appreciating what hunters do in this industry and other industries across the country. And really this represents a coming together of Canadian voices in opposition to, I think, sometimes some of the misinformation that we hear, albeit from celebrities and voices internationally, who don't really understand what the seal hunt is all about, who don't really understand the realities of it. And I think sometimes this happens on certain kinds of issues, environmental issues, but other issues as well, where people get a specific image in their mind about it, and then it's very hard to remove that image, even if that image runs completely contrary to the facts, the realities of the issue. There's a lot of things that we know, I think many members of this House know about the positive, effective management of seal products in this country, of seals as a resource, and yet that information doesn't always get out there. So we have an opportunity through this initiative to start to push back against that misinformation, to have a vehicle for pushing back against that information. And in that context, I want to make a few comments here about what happens in this industry in general. First of all, to read a position statement. This is from 2012, a comment made by the WWF. And that's not the World Wrestling Federation. That's actually the World Wildlife Federation, which says, WWF recognizes that hunting seals is an important part of the local economy, culture, and heritage of many coastal communities in Atlantic Canada, the Arctic, and other maritime nations. More importantly, from the perspective of a conservation organization, the harp seal population is at a record high, with an estimated 8 million individuals. I don't know about the use of the word individuals there, but maybe that reflects their approach. Okay. And current harvest levels pose no threat to the long-term health of the species at this time. So this is pretty clear from a wildlife organization saying, and they recognize in that position statement that there's different points of view on this issue, perhaps within their own community, but they say that clearly this is not a management of the resource issue. There is no danger to this population. And of course, all of us would recognize that when there is a danger to a population, a risk of endangerment or extinction, then that needs to be managed in a completely different way. But that is not the case with this particular resource. Very clearly, there's no reason to be concerned with respect to that, again, when that's very clearly the information, the evidence that we have and that I think members have seen. At the same time, I think we know in terms of the hunting methods that are used that they're humane methods, and that there isn't really then recognizing the effective management of the resource and also the humane methods of the hunting, that there isn't really a coherent basis on which to oppose this, unless perhaps, as some people do, they take the view that all hunting, all killing of animals is somehow wrong or immoral. That certainly there are some people who have that perspective. But unless you go to that extreme, there is absolutely no reason to oppose the humane and environmentally effective and efficient and culturally, socially, economically beneficial use of our seal resources. And yet, in spite of what I've just presented, in spite of, I think, what we know to be these realities, we see these challenges come from, sometimes even from people here in Canada, but also internationally, and it's important that we stand up to that. In 2009, for example, the European Union banned import and trade of seal products other than in cases of hunting by Indigenous communities. And as Canada moves forward with our free trade agreement with Europe, certainly an important trade initiative, I hope that we will be able to persuade our friends in Europe, recognizing the facts that I've identified, how much they could benefit from being able to import seal products that come from Canada. Europe does not ban hunting. Europe does not ban livestock. People kill and eat animals in Europe as well as they do here. So there is no consistent basis on which to have this limitation in place. And I hope that coming forward from this motion, there will be international advocacy from this government, from our trade representatives around the importance of countries taking a consistent approach with respect to these issues at the very least. They shouldn't be banning the importation of products from one kind of animal from one other country in a way that's not consistent with their own domestic approaches to the management and use of animals. There might be a spectrum of opinion philosophically with regards to what ways it is and is not appropriate to use animals, but those distinctions should be coherent at least. They shouldn't be made on the basis of we're going to ban animals from this country somewhere else in a way that somehow we wouldn't apply that same standard in our own country. So, as we talk about this legislative initiative, this is about having a National Seal Products Day, and it's something that we support. It's something that is a positive step in terms of recognition. And I think we do this a lot in this House, especially around private members' business, where we have these moments of recognition, where we all come together and affirm something that's important, whether it's through a Heritage Month, a day of recognition, sometimes it's a week, sometimes it's simply a point of affirmation. And these moments are important because they can provide an opportunity for awareness, for recognition, perhaps for particular communities to understand the affirmation and support that they receive from legislators. So these things are important. But I would say, Madam Speaker, that it's not good enough to just stop at these points of recognition. If we have a National Seal Products Day and then we kind of close the file at that point, that certainly isn't good enough. There is a need for ongoing advocacy, ongoing activities of recognition, and again, to continue that dialogue domestically and internationally and not shy away from that. Because recognition alone doesn't have that much of an impact on the ground. It's really what you do after that, what you do with this particular day, how you proceed going forward. So that's, I think, something that members should all take on board here is when we, as it seems we are clearly going to do, when we move forward with this and support it, that there actually is constructive, clear action that comes out of this. I just want to say, Madam Speaker, that coming from Alberta, the seal industry isn't particularly important for us, but we deal with these questions of weighing out environmental criticisms that may not always be based on facts. Perhaps a comparison would be some of the images of ducks from our oil sands, and a couple images that get sent around the world, and there's such misinformation that comes out of that, when in reality there's all kinds of reclamation activities that take place, when there's risks to birds associated with many energy alternatives such as wind farms, and yet we see this one image and people run with it. And that's what we see, I think, happening sometimes with this seal issue, is people look at one image, they draw conclusions from it without looking at the facts. So this is an important proposal that calls for us to focus on the facts and then to move forward on that basis. Thank you.
La période prévue pour l'étude des affaires émanant.
The time for private members' business is now up, and the order falls to the bottom of the order of precedence on the notice paper. Orders of the day. Orders of the day, setting a motion to concur in the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Recommendation not to proceed further with Bill C-226, an act to amend the Criminal Code offenses in relation to conveyances and the Criminal Records Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Sub 2, the motion to concur in the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Recommendation not to proceed further with Bill C-226, an act to amend the Criminal Code, offenses in relations to conveyances and the Criminal Records Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, presented on Thursday, March 9, 2017, is deemed to be proposed. Débat.
Debate.
L'honorable député de Bellechasse.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I thank you for recognizing me. Basically, I'd just like to remind people watching us that the bill we're debating today has to do with repeat offenders. And this is the largest cause of fatalities under the Criminal Code, and that is drunk driving. Parliament saw to it that this bill was referred to second reading, and now I would ask there to be a vote so that this bill could be referred back to committee so it could continue its work. And why? Well, it's quite simple. This bill deals with 3 things that will reduce the number of traffic fatalities due to drunk driving. First of all, there will be minimum sentences for the drivers, people who repeatedly cause fatalities on the roads. And unfortunately, there are some recent examples of just that kind of driver. Secondly, the bill will help reduce the burden on our clogged court system, which allows people to get off the hook because of undue delay. And thirdly, this bill is important because it is something, this is an area where Canada is lagging behind, and that is in systematic detection. It's been over 40 years since this since this provision in the Criminal Code was introduced, and since then, the rate of drunk driving has been reduced by 58% in Finland. Since they systematically introduced the breathalyzer, the drunk driving rate has decreased by 58%. And in Ireland, it's been proven that systematic breathalyzers have reduced the number of traffic fatalities due to drunk driving by 19%. So countries like Finland, Sweden, France, New Zealand, Ireland, Australia, most European countries, they're all way ahead of us on this. Another very simple reason for this bill is that I said this is the top cause of fatalities in Canada. The importance of this bill is about catching drivers, not people at home in their houses. We're talking about people on the public roads. And the idea here is that people need to respect our roads. When you're in a car, when you're drunk, it's as if you had a firearm and you were going to fire at any moment. That's what's happening. We parliamentarians have a responsibility to enact legislation that will save human lives. So, Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity to appear before the committee with representatives of victims groups, including Families for Justice and MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Drivers.
Supportive of this measure, Ms. Speaker, as well as a security and safety group. There are people in this House who have experienced personally the horror of impaired driving, and we have an opportunity as parliamentarians to reduce the number of deaths in this country related to impaired driving. Alors, Madame la Présidente,
So, Madam Speaker, what I'm calling for is a vote and for all three parties to call on the committee to do their work, to continue their work. It's important work. This is a bill that was carefully crafted, and without further ado, I'd like to table three documents. The first is a document that refers to comments that were made by the committee. They said there was no legal opinion. So the first document is a document by Mr. Peter W. Hogg, one of Canada's foremost constitutional experts. And he has written two books on constitutional law in Canada. They're now in their 5th edition. And I'd like to quote what Mr. Hogg said in his conclusion in a letter that people will be able to read. It's on my website. Visit my website and you'll be able to download it. The conclusion is, I'll read it in English.
if the criminal code were amended by Parliament to replace breath testing on reasonable suspicion with random breath testing, the amendment would be constitutional. Let's say clearly and loudly, this amendment is constitutional and is saving lives, Mr. Speaker. So, Ms. Speaker, again, it is important for members to look clearly and invite. I want the member of the committee to invite the constitutionalists to hear them by themselves that this is sound legislation that will save lives, Madam Speaker. And it's the very last line. He says, I am confident that a constitutional challenge would be unsuccessful, a non-successful challenge, and that random breath testing would be upheld by the Supreme Court of Canada. We don't need to be a lawyer to know that this law would pass the constitutional test and, as I've said earlier, Madam Speaker, would save lives. What is the most important thing that we have as parliamentarians in this House than to do law that are legal and that can save lives? We have a choice that is clear. There are victims, families of victims, and there are criminals and people who are addicted to alcohol. The choice is clear, Madam Speaker. We have a bill that is there to save lives, and it is constitutional. So this is the first document that I table. I have a second document to table, Madam Speaker, and this is a letter that is written by the member of Papineau. This letter says, talking about a bill that has mandatory minimum sentences for drunk drivers. That bill will increase penalties against anyone who drives while severely intoxicated and will also increase the penalties for impaired driving causing death. And what is the member of Papineau is saying? He's saying that this is a story that is heartbreaking, and he says that I will be supporting Bill C-590 that was tabled by one of my colleagues, a second private member's bill coming before the Justice Committee. So who is the member of Papineau, Madam Speaker? It is actually the Prime Minister of this country, Mr. Speaker. And this is one of the pillars of this bill, mandatory testing or random breath testing, mandatory minimum sentences supported by the Prime Minister of this country, and streamlining the judicial process at a time where we are facing that justice is delayed, which is justice denied, Madam Speaker. This bill is bringing those important issues. It has been prepared with the help of the Justice Department, and they have put their heart and their soul in that bill, Madam Speaker. So we as parliamentarians have the responsibility to go thoroughly through every clause of this bill, and that the committee brings it back so that we can vote on it on our conscience. That's the second document I am tabling. Now I have a third document to table, Madam Speaker. I've been working this bill with Families and Justice, and my colleague, the member from Vancouver, from beautiful Abbotsford. And Langley, of course, yeah. Well, Madam Speaker, how many lives will we have to be taken so that we as parliamentarians enact legislation that can save lives, Madam Speaker? This third document, Madam Speaker, is a picture. It is a picture of a young woman who lost her life. Je dépose en chambre.
I am tabling this picture in the House, Madam Speaker. This picture of Cassandra. Excuse me, order. I would like to remind the honourable member that he cannot use props in the House of Commons, and I know that it's a picture, and I know that this is a very personal issue, so I would ask the honourable member, he knows this, he was minister, that he is not supposed to use props like that in the House. We can speak, but we cannot show items. So, Madam Speaker.
Table that picture. And you have to know that I have the permission of the family. I had the privilege to stood in front of the committee with the mother of this daughter who's lost. How many other lives will have to be taken before this Parliament stop doing partisan politics and stand up for victims, Madam Speaker? This is what this bill is about. I happen to be a conservative, but this bill is for all Canadians. And as a private member's bill, the member of this House have the responsibility and the privilege to stand up and to say whether they are in favor of saving lives with robust legislation or just do as the same and let Canadian lives be lost because we are not enacting legislation that we know scientifically and on a legislative base is sound policy. Madam Speaker, I am asking for a vote so that the committee can finish the work it has to do for all Canadians. Thank you.
Alors, le député demande.
The honourable member is asking to table documents. Does he have the unanimous consent of the House to table the documents? No. The honourable member does not have unanimous consent, so the documents cannot be tabled.
Assuming. Point d'ordre.
Point of order. I have a legal opinion, I have a letter from the Prime Minister of Canada, and I have the picture of a young victim of drinking and driving. I'm once again asking this House, don't look like a gang of morons. Can I table these documents? Order, order. Unanimous consent has been requested and was refused. The honourable member, in doing what he has just done, is continuing debate. So there is no unanimous consent to table the documents. I can ask a second time, is there unanimous consent in the House to table the documents? The answer is no. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. So we will now continue, resuming debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And I am pleased to have the opportunity today to join in the debate on the motion related to the Private Member's Bill C-226. I'd like to begin, first of all, by acknowledging the member from Bellechasse-Lachemin-Lévis for his efforts, his passion, and his commitment to this important public safety issue. I also wish to acknowledge the 8th report of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, which recommended that Bill C-226 not proceed further. It also recommended that our government introduce robust legislative measures to reduce the incidence of impaired driving at its earliest opportunity. Madam Speaker, Bill C-226 is an ambitious proposal that seeks fundamental reform not only to the impaired driving provisions of the Criminal Code, but other transportation-related provisions of the Code as well. Although the Standing Committee was not opposed to the intent of the bill, it had concerns that I share with some of the elements of the proposed bill. As the committee noted in its report, and I quote, "The committee recognizes that impaired driving, either by drugs or alcohol, is a serious issue in need of robust and comprehensive federal action. The committee recognizes the crucial need to support victims and public safety officers in these cases, and to do so in a way that appropriately balances the public safety of Canadians with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms." Madam Speaker, I believe that all members would support that statement. Impaired driving continues to be the leading cause of criminal death in Canada, and in 2015 alone, there were 72,039 alcohol or drug-impaired driving incidents reported by the police. In 2013, 480 Canadians died needlessly in accidents involving a drinking driver. And then in that same year, 31% of fatally injured drivers had been drinking, and 76% of those were over the legal limit. In addition, we know that it is our youth, those ages 20 to 24, who show us the highest incidence of impaired driving. In my view, this bill includes a number of excellent measures aimed at addressing these concerns. For instance, the bill seeks to modernize and simplify the language and structure of this complex area of law. Impaired driving cases are the most litigated provisions of the Criminal Code, and they take up a substantial portion of trial court time. Reducing the complexity of the impaired driving laws would make a substantial contribution to freeing up court time and reducing delays, which is a continuing priority for our government. Madam Speaker, in addition, the bill clarifies what the Crown is required to disclose to the defence for the purpose of providing a driver's blood alcohol concentration. It also proposes to simplify how blood alcohol concentration is proven. These elements would further contribute to efficiencies in our criminal justice system. In addition, Bill C-226 proposes to remove the bolus drinking defence, also known as the drink and dash defence. Bolus drinking is a reckless practice wherein a person consumes alcohol, then quickly drives to another destination and then argues that he was not impaired while he was actually behind the wheel. The Supreme Court of Canada has commented negatively on the validity of this defence, and I agree that this type of irresponsible behaviour should be eradicated. Legislation on this point could eliminate needless litigation and again improve the efficiency of our courts. Madam Speaker, in spite of the bill's very positive elements, I nevertheless am compelled to support this motion not to proceed for several reasons. On June 9, 2016, during second reading debate, I raised at that time a number of concerns with the proposed legislation. First, I have serious concerns with the new and higher mandatory minimum penalties proposed in this bill. In particular, I would draw your attention to the proposed 5-year mandatory term of imprisonment for impaired driving causing death, which can raise serious charter concerns. As you may already be aware, the Minister of Justice has indicated her intention to bring forward reforms to the area of mandatory minimum penalties in the very near future. Also on June 9th, I raised concerns with the proposed mandatory consecutive sentencing provisions in the private member's bill. Both of these issues are problematic from a policy and charter perspective, yet remain in the bill. I maintain the view that these provisions cannot be supported. In addition, Madam Speaker, since the introduction of this bill in February of 2016, there have been a number of intervening events that impact on the criminal justice system, which necessitates further analysis. In the June 2016 Supreme Court of Canada decision in Jordan highlighted the need for a thoughtful examination of the efficiency and the efficacy of the criminal justice system. In the impaired driving context, the provinces and territories have raised very serious concerns with some of the measures contained in Bill C-226, particularly that a reform of this magnitude could create significant trial delays and invite unnecessary litigation if not supported by a robust parliamentary record. Unlike during the private member's bill process, the parliamentary record for a government initiative would far more effectively articulate some of the policy and charter rationale of the proposed measures. Another intervening event since the introduction of Bill C-226 was our government's timeline to introduce legislation to legalize cannabis in the spring of 2017. In its election platform, our government also committed to stronger laws to punish those who drive under the influence of cannabis. Madam Speaker, there are elements in Bill 226 that address the current drug-impaired driving framework, such as the rebuttal of presumption, to better link the existing drug recognition evaluation with the observed signs of impairment. It also includes a provision to codify the Supreme Court of Canada's recent decision in Bingley, which held that a specially trained drug recognition officer does not need to be specifically qualified to give expert opinion in trial. It would be better placed, in my opinion, in a comprehensive, government-led, drug-impaired driving initiative. Finally, Madam Speaker, a reform of this nature would have substantial implications for the provinces and territories, as they are the responsible for the administration of justice. I understand that some provinces have expressed very serious concerns about how the reforms proposed in Bill C-226 would work in practice. And for example, some provinces have raised concerns with a very short coming into force date, given that these reforms would require amendments to provincial legislation and, in some cases, new or modified information technology systems. It is essential, Madam Speaker, that provincial concerns be considered as the provinces are responsible for enforcing the criminal code. In light of all of these circumstances, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to reaffirm that the Minister of Justice intends to introduce legislation this spring that will carefully address both drug and alcohol-impaired driving. The new legislation will take a thorough, comprehensive, and strategic approach, having regard to the Minister's overall mandate with respect to criminal justice reform. And in this way, Madam Speaker, our government is working to keep our communities safe, protect victims, and hold offenders to account. Taking into account the recommendation produced by the Standing Committee, as well as our government's plans to address impaired driving in upcoming legislation, I will be voting in support of the motion not to proceed. I would like to take this opportunity to thank once again the members who sponsored Bill C-226 for bringing forward what I believe to be a very well-intentioned private member's bill. This area of law is highly complex, and I agree completely with him that it is deeply in need of reform. The past few decades have seen impaired driving provisions modified in a piecemeal fashion, and overwhelmingly a more comprehensive approach is required. I would also like to thank the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security for its thoughtful and thorough consideration of this bill. They heard from numerous expert witnesses and carefully analyzed the evidence placed before them. Their dedication and concern for striking the right balance with respect to between charter rights and improving the safety of our roads is to be highly commended. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I will be voting in support of this motion, but I sincerely look forward to further discussions in the area of impaired driving with all members in this House, including drug-impaired driving, as our government moves forward with a comprehensive response on this important issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So, Monsieur.
I rise tonight, thank you. I rise tonight to speak about a matter that impacts thousands of Canadians every year. Alcohol-impaired driving is an issue with devastating effects, and despite the overall decline in impaired driving rates over the past 30 years, drunk driving remains among the leading criminal causes of death in our country. We can all agree on the need to decrease the number of drunk drivers on our roads and the devastation they cause. So I commend my colleague from Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis for the good intentions, I believe, that underlie his bill. However, legislation addressing impaired driving must strike a balance between public safety on the one hand and our precious charter rights on the other. In my opinion, Madam Speaker, Bill C-26 tips the scale in the wrong direction. Because Bill C-226 was submitted as a private member's bill, it did not have the kind of scrutiny that is provided by Department of Justice counsels. It did not have the constitutional review that normally occurs. As a result, it contains certain aspects that I don't believe would pass constitutional muster. I understand that view is shared by the committee that studied this bill earlier. So I'll be speaking tonight about its provisions for random breath testing, a practice with immense potential for abuse. I'll also discuss the bill's excessively punitive mandatory minimum sentencing provisions. Madam Speaker, Bill C-226 is an excessively reactive bill. It focuses on penalties as opposed to prevention. As such, it has a very limited scope for addressing impaired driving and should not pass through this House. Currently, under provincial laws, police are able to stop any vehicle on the road and check licensing and insurance. They cannot, however, request a breath sample unless they have reasonable grounds to suspect that the driver has alcohol in his or her body. Bill C-226 would introduce random breath testing to those stops, allowing police to ask any driver at any time to provide a breath sample at the side of the road. Simply put, this policy of random testing raises several significant constitutional issues. Ms. Abby Deshman of the Canadian Civil Liberties Association testified at committee that random breath testing is, quote, an unjustifiable violation of Section 8 of the Charter, arbitrary search and seizure, and Section 9, arbitrary detention, close quote. We must also consider the strong precedent for policies of random selection to disproportionately affect visible minorities, including Indigenous Canadians. My friend Ms. Michael Vaughan of the BC Civil Liberties Association testified that, and I quote, there is considerable evidence in Canada of discriminatory policing, particularly based on race. The disproportionate arrest and charging of visible minorities for cannabis offences demonstrates this point, and this fact alone should be grounds to reassess random breath testing as a just means of addressing the scourge of impaired driving. The second point I wish to raise tonight, Madam Speaker, concerns the use of mandatory minimum penalties. Bill C-226 follows in the footsteps of the last government's failed tradition of mandatory minimums, which have high economic costs for the accused, the courts, and by extension, Canadian taxpayers. Mandatory minimums place undue burdens on the correctional system, clogging it with time-consuming cases that, due to minimum sentencing laws, result in excessive sentences. Bill C-226 would significantly increase both maximum and minimum penalties, as well as intensify sentences for repeat offenders. But one of the most troubling aspects concerns cases that involve multiple losses of life, where a judge could apply consecutive sentences which would have a compounding effect. This means, for example, that with a mandatory minimum of 5 years for impaired driving causing death, one accident that tragically results in the deaths of more than one person would result in 10, 15, 20 or more years of mandatory jail time. A sentence like this leaves little opportunity for rehabilitation or second chances. We need to recognize that these harsh policies do not increase public safety. They only put accused persons at increased risk of injustice. Mr. Speaker, it's been proven time and time again that mandatory minimums simply do not lower the incentive for criminal activity, nor do they reduce crime rates. Harsher penalties are a reactive approach that do little to deter future criminal activities. They devalue the principles of judicial discretion and force our judges to hand down costly and ineffective sentences that remove the opportunity for their independent thought that we expect of our judiciary. Mandatory minimums fail to provide deterrence for crime and instead sacrifice fairness and proportionality in favor of a one-size-fits-all approach for our criminal justice system. This approach simply is ineffective, as Abby Dushman went so far as to call it a failed public policy experiment. Under the Harper government, which of course championed mandatory minimums, there was actually an increase in impaired driving rates. Instead of focusing on longer sentences and measuring progress by how many years you serve in jail, we should concentrate on smarter deterrence and judge success through prevention instead of simply punishment. Future legislation should consider options such as introducing a mandatory alcohol ignition interlock device in vehicles, which would be a proactive solution to prevent drunk drivers from getting on the road in the first place. Legislation to reduce rates of impaired driving is greatly needed, but Bill C-226 takes the wrong approach. We are now mere days away, Madam Speaker, from the introduction of legislation to legalize cannabis. While alcohol-impaired driving rates have been steadily decreasing over the past few decades, drug-impaired driving is a growing issue across our country, and one that must be addressed as we take steps toward legalizing cannabis. The onus is now on this government to introduce comprehensive legislation addressing drug and alcohol-impaired driving in a just manner. We need to look forward through this legislation to the most effective means of preventing impaired driving instead of a backward and at the best punishing manner to deal with this problem. Madam Speaker, as we parliamentarians have the responsibility to hold each bill that passes through this House up to the same rigorous standards, it is my judgment that Bill C-226 falls well short of the mark. I hope that we can all agree to take an alternative approach to address impaired driving and not proceed further with this bill. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but after hearing the words of the parliamentary secretary, I felt it was necessary to respond to some of the things that were being said. I'm very pleased to be supporting this initiative by my colleague. I spoke in favor of it at second reading. And the arguments that are being used against this just so badly miss the mark, and yet more subtly reveal a very troubling attitude of the government, and unfortunately in this case even the NDP, towards private members' business and towards the way in which we should work together in this House. It's been pointed out that this bill makes substantial changes to our legal framework. Well, I'd like to see more private members' bills that make substantive changes. We have a lot of private members' bills that simply recognize things without changing laws, and that's okay, but let's celebrate the fact that a colleague actually took the time to have detailed legislation. That's what private members' business is for, Madam Speaker. It's the one avenue where individual members of Parliament can put their ideas before the House which reflect things that they're hearing. It's not sufficient for a parliamentary secretary to say this is complex, so we need a government-led initiative. We're here representing our constituents. Individual members should use this channel for important, substantial proposals, and it's just not good enough to dismiss it that way. If they don't like it, they should argue against the substance of it, not simply say, well, we're going to come up with a government-led initiative later on. This is just disgusting, divisive partisanship. Argue against the bill if you don't like it, but don't dismiss it on that basis. Now, the parliamentary secretary goes through and identifies all of the different positive aspects of this legislation without seeming to appreciate the fact that you could have proposed substantive amendments to the legislation rather than just proposing that it be dismissed in its entirety. Now, members of the government and of the NDP have argued against higher mandatory minimums, and I only have 10 minutes. I'm not going to go into the mandatory minimums debate. I know that that's a complex one. It speaks to deeper philosophical ideas about criminal justice, and yes, that's something addressed in this bill. But there is a critical part of this bill, which is mandatory screening, that is so important that we know will save lives. So if the government has an issue with the mandatory minimum section, they could have proposed an amendment to committee. They could propose a report stage amendment to strike the relevant clauses. But let's have the discussion. Let's move forward on mandatory screening, Madam Speaker. Let's remember that this was something that was supported by in a previous parliament by the Common Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, recommending mandatory screening because that committee was able to, through its study, identify that this is an initiative that saves lives. We know that this initiative, mandatory screening, would save lives. We've seen the evidence from a wide variety of different jurisdictions. This has been studied by various committees. Now let's move forward with this because we know the impact that it's going to have. Now, just going through the arguments that we've heard, it's unbelievable to me. They talk about, okay, we need the process for a government bill involves a more robust parliamentary record, and this requires the involvement of government lawyers providing, Madam Speaker, there's the opportunity for all kinds of different people to provide that same kind of evidence through the parliamentary process envisioned, created by a private member's bill. But let's remember also that the member proposing this is a former public safety minister. This isn't somebody who's new to this House, although if it was, I still would say they have a right to bring forward substantive legislation. But this is a member who has experience in this area, who has worked with bureaucrats, public servants on these issues. He has more experience in cabinet, more experience directly being responsible for these files than the parliamentary secretary who denounced this bill with these mealy-mouthed bureaucratic words that don't actually deal with the substance of the legislation. So let's actually dig into this discussion. Let's actually talk about the bill and let's move it forward. The best they can come up, these small little around the edges arguments. Oh, the coming into force date is too soon. Well, change the coming into force date, Madam Speaker, if that's such a big problem. We're talking about legislation that all the evidence shows us will save hundreds of lives. So if your problem is the coming into force date, and that's your basis for wanting to tear up an opposition private member's bill, I don't think that's the real reason, Madam Speaker, because what we heard from the parliamentary secretary is, well, we're going to have a government-led initiative later on. So if this is about taking the political credit for it, then this makes sense from their way of thinking. They want to throw out an opposition bill so they could bring forward government legislation. Madam Speaker, let me say, I don't care who gets the credit for this bill. Let's just get it done. But the government hasn't proposed any legislation yet. If they were in such a hurry on this, if they thought mandatory screening was a good idea, they should have proposed legislation by now. And if not, let's move forward with this bill. Let's expedite this bill, Madam Speaker. And you know what? We'll give them full credit for supporting this bill if they do the right thing. It's not about who gets the credit. This is too important, Madam Speaker. It doesn't matter if it's a government-led initiative or a private member-led initiative. This is something that needs to get done because it's going to save lives. Now, we had an argument come from the NDP that I do want to address. My friend from Victoria expressed this concern that when you have added police powers, that it might have a negative impact on minority communities. I think these are concerns that need to be considered and need to be taken seriously, but there is absolutely nothing about mandatory screening that in any way fundamentally affects those concerns one way or the other. There is the concern now of the possibility of profiling. There will also be a concern afterwards about the possibility of profiling. But I would argue that we're better off even on that score under this legislation, because right now a person can only be legally asked for a breathalyzer if an officer has a certain degree of suspicion. So is there a worry that certain perceptions, certain negative stereotypes might inform whether or not an officer thinks that they have probable cause? There is that possibility. But if you have mandatory screening, if everyone who goes through a check stop is screened, that actually creates a much greater level of equality. That creates an equal playing field. So I think actually, notwithstanding the importance of those concerns and the need to discuss them in an ongoing way, that this bill is actually a positive step with respect to those things. In any event, it certainly doesn't make things worse. Yes, we need to talk about concerns about profiling, but there is no way in which C-226 in any way changes those dynamics in any way whatsoever. Madam Speaker, these are just fundamentally bad arguments we're hearing from the other side. Not just arguments that I disagree with, but poorly formed arguments that talk about issues that are completely unrelated to the substance of the issue. That the parliamentary secretary would say the things he says so dismissive of the role of private members, of the legitimate channel of private members' business, of the real experience of this private member who is a former public safety minister. He understands these issues. The parliamentary secretary just clearly is either not understanding the issues or is glued to talking points that he's been given by the minister. But we have to move forward, Madam Speaker, because, again, I don't care who takes the credit here. This is about lives. If there's a government-led initiative, they should have proposed it by now. And if there isn't, let's move forward with a piece of legislation that's already on the table. Let's have a vote, and I call on members of the government. Clearly, the cabinet aren't going to change their mind. But every member of the government, members who have exercised their legitimate rights and independence before, have this opportunity to stand up, number one, for the legitimacy of using private members' business to make substantive legislative changes, but also to stand up for a simple initiative that is constitutional. Peter Hogg says it's constitutional. It's effective, it's efficient, and we know will save lives. When this measure comes to a vote, it's up to those members to decide whether we take the action that we need to take or not, because lives will depend on how those members vote. Thank you very much.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Montarville.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montarville. Madam Speaker, since I put forth the motion at the Standing Committee on Public Safety with respect to not pursuing this bill, I would, out of respect for the member for Lévis-Bellechasse, and inform the House, I'd like to put forth my arguments. Impaired driving is a serious problem. Victims and public safety need our support. The provisions for impaired driving are most often challenged in court. Therefore, there needs to be a comprehensive and robust plan to establish a balance between public safety for Canadians and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This bill is laudable in its intent, Bill C-226. However, the legal problems flowing from the bill greatly outweigh any benefits, and I will now elaborate on that. Minimum sentences. The only group of witnesses who support minimum sentences is the one who wrote the bill. The other group that also contributed to this bill, Mayors Against Drunk Driving, spoke out against minimum sentences during study at committee. Allow me to quote some witnesses. Andrew Murray, for example, head of the group Mayors Against Drunk Driving. We are doing our utmost, looking into data, and we find no deterrent when it comes to mandatory sentences. That's one problem. The other one deals with the legal analysis. We don't believe that it would withstand a charter challenge. Michael Spratt said that there were certain provisions in the bill that are unconstitutional. Davy Ashman from the Civil Liberties Association of Canada. Mandatory minimum sentences simply don't work. They're ineffective and unfair. Decades of research have clearly shown that harsher penalties do not deter crime. And finally, Michael Vaughan, quoted on the benches opposite. From BC, they added to that, in addition to not being a deterrent, mandatory minimum sentences, may be detrimental. The second problem that I would raise and draw to your attention, random controls. There are two problems with this aspect, which is something that the bill revolves around. We are not certain of the benefits, and there is a constitutional risk involved. In jurisdictions that have adopted this provision, oftentimes there were no or few legislative measures put in place to deal with this. And that is what happened in Ireland, one country that is often quoted when it comes to this provision. However, in Canada, we already have a system to deal with and attack drunk driving. Check stops, and we also have a legal framework in place for breathalyzers. Therefore, this random sampling cannot be compared to the Canadian context, and as a result, we don't know what the benefit of this bill would be because no study has been conducted in this area where jurisdictions already had provisions dealing with drunk driving. Now, with respect to Australia and Ireland, the success of this measure must be combined with a widespread awareness and education campaign. Unfortunately, there's nothing in this bill that talks about awareness or educational campaigns. The other aspect is that it's not random either. It's referred to as random because it's in the title of the bill. And this is a mistake that was in fact made in Australia, and it should not be imported here into Canada. This would make it possible for police officers to stop anyone and to subject them to a test. Now, I have a great deal of respect for police forces, but there is a risk of problems with this. We need to come up with a solution, a true random test, or another system that would actually provide a random system that would be more of a deterrent. Finally, with respect to victims, the third reason why we have stated that it's a good idea to not proceed with this is that there is nothing for victims. During the appearances before committee, we heard from Sherry Arsenault, among others, from Families for Justice, Mayors Against Drunk Driving, and the witnesses who appeared lost family members or friends to road accidents. And one of them stated that victims are basically not considered. They have the right, however, to be defended by experts, the accused rather, but the victims have nothing. All they can do is prepare a victim's impact statement and present it. My colleague, the member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel, also experienced something. And Unfortunately, there's nothing in this bill to help victims. It would have been a good idea to put something in place to deal with this aspect. Now, in conclusion, this private member's bill was not put to a constitutional test by the Department of Justice either. Members of the Standing Committee on Public Safety would have liked to have looked into the constitutionality of the a previous bill put forth by the member for Lévis-Bellechasse when he was minister, but they were not able to do so. The group of mayors said that even if all these measures were confirmed pursuant to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, it would not have a significant impact on reducing drunk driving, nor would it reduce injury. That's why we have recommended not proceeding with this bill. I would, however, like to draw the attention of members to the fact that while we propose not going ahead with the Bill C-226, we do recommend that the government introduce legislative measures that are robust in order to reduce impaired driving within short order. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Is the House ready for the question? Yes. The question is as follows. That the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security dispense? That the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security recommendation not to proceed further with Bill C-226, an act to amend the Criminal Code, offences in relation to conveyances, and the Criminal Records Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, presented on Thursday, March 9th, 2017, being concurred in. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette motion?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Que tous ceux qui appuient.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
Que tous ceux qui.
All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis, le non l'a pas.
In my opinion, the nays have it.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, April 3rd, 2017, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 3rd, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. À l'ordre.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been put and seconded. Accordingly, the question is the following, that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise again on the issue of pipeline capacity in Canada. I asked this question way back in November after the government had gone with their Goldilocks approach to approving one pipeline and denying another in the Northern Gateway pipeline. And that was the question that, in fact, I asked. I asked the Prime Minister, in his comments at the press conference where he killed Northern Gateway, said that he would not accept any political arguments against the Trans Mountain pipeline, which was approved, but then he killed the Northern Gateway pipeline and the thousands of jobs that go along with it, based entirely on political arguments. And the question was, why was the regulatory process that was so good for the Trans Mountain pipeline, that allowed the government to approve the Trans Mountain pipeline, why was that so bad for Northern Gateway, and why did they kill that pipeline and the thousands of jobs that have gone along with it? And since that time, Madam Speaker, we've seen a real degradation of the investment climate in the country, certainly in the energy sector. And in a recent Calgary Herald article from March 31st, the statement was made, ConocoPhillips' $17.7 billion sell-off of most of its Canadian business to Cenovus Energy Incorporated accelerates the Canadianization of the oil sands. This isn't an international retreat anymore. It is a vote of non-confidence in Canadian energy versus other opportunities. And then it went on to say, it was not the intention of Canadian policymakers to scare off so much foreign capital. Yet they wear a big part of the blame because they made it harder to get anything done in the oil sands by stretching out pipeline reviews, by imposing carbon taxes, and by capping oil sands development. And that's exactly what's happened, Madam Speaker. We've seen a flight of foreign capital, foreign investment from the oil sands just in the last number of weeks. Major companies like Statoil, Shell, ConocoPhillips have abandoned the Canadian oil sands to the tune of tens of billions of dollars. And what does that mean? That means that the recovery in the oil sands is more difficult. That means that the hundreds of thousands of out-of-work energy workers are going to find it harder to get jobs in the energy sector in Alberta. And we've seen, again, in the budget, which has been tabled since this question was asked. In the budget, the government went out of their way to kick the energy sector when it was down. They went out of their way to eliminate important incentives for oil and gas exploration. They went out of their way to kill exploration tax credits, which help drilling companies expand and hire Canadian workers. And that's what this is all about, Madam Speaker. It's about getting Canadian workers back on the job. And this decision to kill the Northern Gateway pipeline, which was not based on evidence, which was not based on science, was not based on anything other than the government's political ideology. And I hope we won't hear the same prepared talking points about all that they've done in 1 year compared to the previous government. Madam Speaker, they've done nothing but issue a press release. They haven't built a single meter of pipeline on the Trans Mountain or Line 3 pipelines. So I hope the prepared talking points from the parliamentary secretary won't simply repeat those talking points, but will say why they killed the Northern Gateway pipeline and all the jobs that went along with it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to stand here in this House once again and debate these important issues with my colleagues, particularly the member from Chilliwack Hope, natural resources critic from the official opposition. But I have to say I am surprised by the position of the member opposite. After all, we're acting, doing more in 1 year than the previous government did in a decade, protecting our oceans, pricing carbon pollution, and putting middle-class Canadians back to work by approving pipelines we need to reach those new markets. Mr. Speaker, in November of last year, we announced our government's balanced approach to new pipelines. We approved the Trans Mountain expansion and Line 3 replacement pipelines, creating thousands of jobs, with almost 200 binding conditions to protect the environment. We rejected the Northern Gateway project, and we announced a moratorium on crude oil tanker traffic along the northwest coast of BC, and took action to protect our oceans. Our decisions were based on science, extensive consultations with Indigenous communities, and the best interests of Canadians. Decisions that balance strong environmental protection will create thousands of good-paying jobs and will help get our resources to market. But since our announcement, the official opposition has been erratic with its response. For example, Mr. Speaker, compare what the member opposite has said to what his leader said after we announced our pipeline decisions. The leader of the official opposition's response, she said she didn't feel optimistic. Why? The first reason she gave was the 157 binding conditions attached to the approval of the Trans Mountain expansion. Conditions designed to, among other things, ensure that we are protecting our environment. She didn't explain her cause for pessimism. Perhaps she doesn't support protecting the environment and our coastlines. Or perhaps the party opposite thinks 157 conditions to protect the environment is too onerous for a pipeline operator. Whatever the concern, it just doesn't square with the fact that the previous government imposed 202 conditions on the Northern Gateway project. The only members in this House who are not opposed to the Northern Gateway project are those seated immediately around the member for Chilliwack Hope. And those members had their chance to build pipelines to Tidewater, but simply couldn't get it done. The Federal Court of Appeal ruled against the Northern Gateway project because it found the previous government, his government, failed in its responsibility, in its duty to consult Indigenous communities on the project. Mr. Speaker, as we have said time and time again, the Great Bear Rainforest is no place for a pipeline, and the Douglas Channel is no place for crude oil tankers. Those environmental concerns were central to our decisions, as were the findings of the Ministerial Panel report, the views of Indigenous communities and those of other Canadians. Our government concluded the project was likely to cause significant adverse environmental effects that could not be justified. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, it was a good decision, a well-reasoned decision, and the right decision. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, obviously the prepared remarks were too good to pass up. The 157 conditions that the member spoke about and was so proud about were actually imposed by the National Energy Board when we were in government, and they embraced them wholeheartedly, Mr. Speaker, so of course we supported that. We also supported 31 Aboriginal equity partners. They supported the project, Madam Speaker. They supported the Northern Gateway project because for the first time in Canadian history, they had secured an equity position in a pipeline, a 30% equity position that would bring $2 billion to their community. And what did that government do? What did the Liberals do? They threw it all away. In an order paper question that I asked, I said, did you consult with those 31 Aboriginal equity partners? And they said, no, we don't have to. We only talk to people when we want them to get to know. So when there's $2 billion in Aboriginal communities on the table, this government tears it out of their hands without a word of consultation. They should be ashamed of that decision, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government is taking action to create the prosperity we seek while helping to protect the environment we cherish. After their mandate of idle talk and empty promises, our government is making real progress. The Trans Mountain expansion and the Line 3 replacement pipelines will create 22,000 new jobs during their construction and 440 ongoing jobs to operate them. Good, well-paying jobs for Canadians. We are protecting the Great Bear Rainforest, which is the world's largest intact temperate rainforest. This is a sound decision-making Canadians want, a balanced approach that ensures Canada's energy industry remains a source of good, middle-class jobs while continuing to tackle climate change and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can be proud of the leadership role our government is taking. In fact, it's just what they elected us to do. Thank you.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to speak today about the dynamic entrepreneur culture we enjoy here in Canada. Madam Speaker, small business is the real economic driver in our country. More than 3/4 of all new jobs across this land are created by small business. In fact, more than 1/3 of the GDP in our country comes from small business. You would think with that kind of economic impact on our country, the government would listen to small business. Madam Speaker, small business owners have been asking the government to reduce and regulate credit card merchant fees. Why? Because credit card merchant fees in Canada are among the highest in the world. Only the United States pays more. Other countries, like Australia and the UK, have regulated credit card merchant fees because they recognize that small business needs government support. In 2013, the Competition Tribunal of Canada ruled that the fees charged by credit card companies were excessive, and the tribunal called on the government to regulate the industry. So what is the government doing? Well, the Liberal member for Rivière, Demille Eel, introduced a private member's bill that would empower the Minister of Finance to limit credit card merchant fees. But the government keeps delaying debate on this bill. In fact, it's now 8 times the debate has moved on Bill C-236. When I raised this issue in question period, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance said, quote, the previous government put in place an agreement with credit card companies that we've reviewed and it appears to be working, end quote. It's clear from his response, Madam Speaker, the minister and his Liberal government have no intention of bringing fairness and transparency to the payments industry in Canada. Each month, small business owners review their credit card statements from the bank to see how much money they paid the bank for credit card transactions. Meanwhile, banks are enjoying record profits. This March, the Bank of Montreal said it had made about $1.5 billion in the first quarter. Royal Bank profit is up 24%, at $3 billion, and CIBC profits were up 13%. Banks also compound impact of merchant fees by relentlessly pushing consumers to use credit cards for their everyday purchases, enticing consumers with offers of double and triple reward points. So perhaps the Minister of Finance was referring to the banks when he said credit card merchant fees are working. Madam Speaker, these merchant fees raise the price of goods for consumers and prevent small businesses from growing and creating jobs. Instead of paying these exorbitant fees, small business owners could and would use that money to pay higher wages, invest in innovation, and recapitalization. The evidence is clear. Credit card merchant fees are too high in Canada, Madam Speaker. I urge this government to immediately move to cap credit card merchant fees to a reasonable rate. We must protect our small retailers, and I will continue to press the government to live up to that responsibility.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Courtney Alberni for his good question. The government has invested wisely, has made necessary investments to strengthen the middle class and those working hard to join it. We want to create a fair and competitive marketplace for business and for consumers. This is essential when you want the economy to work for Canadians in the middle class. Canadians expect the government to support the financial sector, to keep it stable and effective, and to meet people's expectations.
One of the steps that our government has taken is on the credit card fees. In November of 2014, Visa and MasterCard made separate and voluntary commitments to reduce their fees, which are known in this industry as interchange fees. Interchange fees influence the cost of credit card acceptance for merchants. The commitments made explicit recognition that the reduction would be focused on small and medium-sized enterprises and charities. Their respective undertakings were to reduce their interchange fees to an average annual effective rate of 1.50% in each of the next 5 years. Those voluntary commitments took effect April in 2015. The Code of Conduct, which was updated in 2015, includes a requirement that any interchange rate reductions be fully passed on to the merchants, or merchants may cancel their contract without penalty. Last year, the government received independent audit findings that both Visa and MasterCard have met their respective commitments, which include reductions for small and medium-sized enterprises and charities.
To see to it that competition and transparency are adequate for merchants and consumers in Canada when it comes to credit card fees, the government announced in September 2016 that it would perform another assessment of fees imposed by credit card networks and would examine the effects of reducing those fees. The assessment that has been conducted will take into account recent developments and the adoption of a code of conduct for the credit and debit card industry in Canada. We'll also take into account the objectives of the financial sector around competition and usefulness, as well as approaches used by other jurisdictions. Of course, the assessment will also take into account independent audits of the voluntary commitments of Visa and MasterCard, which were recently made.
Finance officials are currently undertaking consultations with various stakeholders as a part of the assessment, including with small businesses. Early this year, the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses and MasterCard announced an agreement that would help reduce the cost of credit card acceptance from CFIB members. This deal, Madam Speaker, will provide relief for small businesses. The government's continued oversight of the financial services sector aims to ensure that it remains stable and competitive, and that it meets the needs of consumers and businesses in a way that supports our belief that when we have an economy that works for the middle class, we have a country that works for everyone. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, voluntary is not good enough. Other countries have looked at it, and they've studied the issues and determined that rates of 0.5% in Australia and 0.3% in the European Union are more appropriate. So small business owners simply do not have the negotiating power of large multinational corporations like Walmart, which recently cut a deal with Visa to reduce their credit card bills. So when MasterCard and Visa report to the federal government on the results of self-audits on voluntary reductions, the preferential fees that they are providing to large retailers are incorporating those into into their results. So in other words, smaller businesses are subsidizing preferential deals for large multinationals. Will this government take immediate action in support of small business, or will they continue to allow the banks and the payment industry to gouge our middle-class job creators?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Finance Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Place, taking into consideration the impact of Visa and MasterCard's separate and voluntary fee reductions, the adoption of the Code of Conduct for credit card and debit card industry in Canada, the financial sector framework objectives of competition and utility, as well as approaches in other jurisdictions. La surveillance.
Ongoing monitoring of the financial services sector by the government will guarantee that this industry remains stable and competitive, and that it meets the needs of consumers and merchants in order to support our belief that the economy is working for the middle class. When the economy works for the middle class, the country works for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, or Oro-Medonte is not present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice has been given. Accordingly, the notice is deemed withdrawn. La motion portant que la Chambre...
A motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. The House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.